Hello, good morning. Let's get seated. Hello, good morning. Hello. Let's get seated. We are trying to be in Switzerland, so trying on Swiss time. Let's get your seats. Thank you. Great. Good morning, everyone here in the room. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone that is joining us online. I'm Delia Fischer. I had communications at IMD, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you to our first IMD World Competitiveness Summit here at the Swiss Re Center of Global Dialogue, which I think is a perfect fitting place for have a conversation about competitiveness. In front of you, you have your event booklets. And if you haven't done so, in the beginning, there's a section about goal setting. I mean, we are learning organization on that. And just give it a few thoughts. The challenge you face, a question you would like today addressed, and an assumption maybe you would like to test. Use the time here during the course of the day. We'll come back to that. One small housekeeping note. All these morning sessions are live streamed. So if inspiration hits you and you have a brilliant thought you would like to whisper your neighbor, remember the microphones are excellent here. So maybe you hold on the thoughts and the best lines for your conversations in the breaks. What's ahead is a strong program. We build it to challenge and shape, not just to absorb. So each of you are playing a role in shaping the agenda. And if you think competitiveness is the word of the month, I think it is. In the US, and Mexico, and Canada, currently 48 teams are out on the pitch, exactly fighting for the question we are here to addressing during the day. What actually gives us the edge? Different game, same instinct. And I think our tagline for the event puts it very simple. It is here where competitive advantage takes shape. And I promise you, no penalty shootouts, just better arguments. And before we continue, I just want to thank Swiss Re for hosting us and also all the other partners that made today possible. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming IMD's president and a Nestle professor for strategy and political economy, David Bach. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Everyone joining us here at the beautiful Swiss Re Center for Global Dialogue, everybody joining us online. I'm so glad to welcome you to this first ever IMD World Competitiveness Summit. You see, as a leader of a business school with deep Swiss roots but global reach, one that is best known for developing leaders, transforming organizations, and contributing to a more prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive world, I couldn't think of a better occasion than this gathering today, a set of conversations about how we bolster competitiveness in a fast-changing world. One thing that we try to do at IMD, one thing that I think we do better than others, is to bring people together in conversation and asking difficult questions and not settling for easy answers. And we like bringing together leaders from across sectors, across regions of the world. And that's what we're doing with this event. And when I speak to leaders, regardless of the sector they're in, the region of the world they operate in, many of them think about how do we make our communities, how do we make our countries, how do we make our regions more prosperous? And that is what competitiveness is all about. It's about prosperity. Now, the word competitiveness conjures competition. Who's on top? Who's gaining? Perhaps who's winning? And of course, Delia has already alluded to another big gathering, international gathering taking place. But in many ways, competitiveness is very different from football. It's very different from the World Cup in that we're not here to just figure out who is the one winner, who's going to prevail at the end. And that is because, for the most part, competitiveness is about competing against yourself. How are we getting better? Have we gotten better at attracting and developing and deploying talent and capital? Has our infrastructure improved so that commerce can happen more seamlessly? Are regulations conducive of investment and risk-taking? Are the economic opportunities broadly distributed and accessible to foster social cohesion? Are we making progress on these questions, or are we actually falling behind? And so unlike the World Cup, which is going to have an eventual winner, and I suspect we're going to disagree about who we want that winner to be, and maybe that's another conversation for the break, the goal here is that everyone, every person on this planet, every organization, every business, every country, every region wins in that they are generating more opportunities for all of us to flourish and to thrive. So competitiveness is a positive sum game. One economy's progress does not mean a loss to any other economy. We can and should all move forward together. And in fact, every single economy in our ranking can learn from some of the other economies that we have examined, no matter its overall position, particularly in a world that is changing so fast in terms of technology, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of demographics, in terms of the climate crisis and the energy transition. We can all learn from one another, and that is very much the spirit of this gathering, of this first World Competitiveness Summit, a spirit that is at the heart of what we do at IMD. Learning together, learning from one another, challenging one another, inspiring one another to bolster the competitiveness of every economy, of every organization, of every region. I'm so grateful to our speakers who've come from all over the world to be with us here in Zurich. I'm grateful that they're representing business and government and academia and civil society, and they're engaging in this spirit of learning together and with one another. I'm grateful to our sponsors who've been supporting us, who have embarked on this journey with us together. This was an idea we had a year ago, and thanks to your trust and your commitment, it's become a reality. I'm, of course, particularly grateful to Swiss Re for hosting us here at the Center for Global Dialogue. Perfect place to have this conversation. Of course, to the team of the IMD World Competitiveness Center, who do all of the work behind the numbers that we're about to look at, who put us all in a position where we can actually look at the performance of different economies, where we can ask questions and see what we can learn from one another. And they know this at this point. When I travel the world, I get asked, oh, tell me about the ranking. How can we, usually as a business school dean, I'm the one who gets asked about how we're doing in a ranking. It's actually nice when governments ask us how they're doing in a ranking. Of course, I'm grateful to the entire IMD events team and communications team, so many of them who have contributed to this. And last but not least, I'm grateful to all of you who have joined us here in the room and so many of you who are joining us online. I realize that I'm standing between you and the release of our ranking, so I'm going to make room for my friend and colleague, Professor Arturo Brice. Arturo is the Douglas Geertz IMD 1988 Professor of Geopolitics and Business. He's also Professor of Finance. He directs the IMD World Competitiveness Center, and he's going to share with you the results of the 2026 World Competitiveness Ranking. Arturo.
Thank you, President Bach, and thank you everyone for being here today. It is a pleasure and an honor to present the 2026 IMD World Competitiveness Rankings to you. Before I start, I want to thank a very important part of our ranking, which is the network of 60 partner institutes that we will have distributed across the world, that in conjunction with the team, collect all of the data and all of the information that you are going to see today. The message, when you look at the ranking this year, is that the world is not divided between North and South, East and West, developing versus developed economies, or open versus closed economies. More and more what we see is that in a more fragmented world, the main divider between success and failure is the willingness of countries to abide by regulations and the rule of law. Regulation, rules provide safety, are able to attract capital, make countries more prosperous because companies and entrepreneurs invest and create jobs. Because people know that when they pay taxes, their taxes will go to financing infrastructure and not something else. And when you look at the countries that have improved the most this year, they represent a sample of countries that indeed also top the rankings of rule of law and satisfaction of justice systems, for example. So that's the key theme. Competition in 2026 is no longer about cost, about scale, is a contest about institutional credibility. And institutional credibility doesn't include only the public sector, also includes the private sector. And you will see as well that the countries that top the ranking are economies where both the public and the private sector collaborate, work together to make sure that countries progress. At the same time, and before I give you the results, it's interesting to see that we are going back to a situation where there is more protectionism, more fragmentation, and at the same time, successful countries tend to be the ones that protect their economies much better. Okay? On that note, and without boring you with methodology, we are assessing the country's ability to generate prosperity, what we call competitiveness, on the basis of 4 factors. Economic performance, government efficiency, business efficiency, and infrastructure. And when you look at the results, beware that when we talk about infrastructure, we don't refer only to the quality of the roads and airport, but also to science, scientific infrastructure, health, and education. Okay. With no further ado, let me show you the rankings in the best Eurovision style. Okay. Starting with the last country. In the 10th position this year, we have the United States. Okay, that enters the top 10 from 12th last year. In a, could be interesting room for discussion today, but what we see is that actually the performance of the stock markets, the performance of the private sector in the US, despite tariffs and despite fragmentation, actually has led to an increase in macroeconomic figures in the United States. In the 9th position, you have Sweden, one of the European countries that belongs to the top 10. The Netherlands, a smaller country with a very important social consensus and an interesting country strategy. Ireland, as well, with a particular business model. As you can see, it also fits the number of European countries in the top 10. Denmark, a country that in a context where the global economy has been in turmoil, has been able to show resilience to all of these global forces. And then coming into the top 5, let me start with the United Arab Emirates, that repeats the 5th position this year in the rankings, driven by a strong institutional arrangement, significant attraction of capital, and of course, a geographical position that puts the country in the middle of very important trading routes. Okay, we'll talk about that later on. In the 4th position, we have Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, that enters the top 5 for the first time. Interestingly, a country that, despite the geopolitical situation, actually has shown how its industrial sector, particularly the semiconductor sector and the stock market, has been performing extremely well. In the 3rd position, we have Switzerland. And I mark the country not only because we're in Switzerland, but because it was the #1 country last year. And Switzerland drops 3 positions, driven primarily by the entire economic situation in the world. Number 2 is Hong Kong, an economy that shows amazing results in 2025, particularly in the financial sector, but also with a stable regulation that continues to attract a lot of capital in a world that has been de-dollarized and then where capital is moving, looking for safe places. And last but not least, I was going to say the winner, but the country that tops the rank in 2026 is Singapore. Singapore has been in the top position already a few years ago and is coming back, representing, as you will see, the overall performance of the entire region. Okay. As we will have more time to discuss these results in the next panels, let me give you some additional details on our results. When you look at the different factors, Switzerland remains number one in government efficiency and infrastructure. Okay, and this is something that has remained very stable, particularly because of the governance arrangements of the Confederation. But when it comes to infrastructure, because infrastructure takes generations to build, and even though there are countries that have been investing heavily in infrastructure, it takes time to be the country that has been doing that for the last 100 years. In contrast, Singapore ranks number one in business efficiency. Once again, driven by this capacity of the country to just pull the private sector into amazing results, and not only through the services economy, but also, as we were hearing yesterday, with the strong manufacturing sector. And when it comes to economic performance, remembering that our macroeconomic data tracks primarily 2025, the UAE has been the best performing economy in the 2026 rankings. One thing that makes Singapore important in our ranking is that when you look at the different factors, Switzerland, for example, has been weak in economic performance, and you will agree with me that because of the tariff situation last year, the Swiss economy has suffered more than some other economies. But when you look at, for example, Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, or for example, the UAE, the relative weakness, and I say relative because they are obviously in the top 5, is still in the infrastructure factor. Singapore excels in 4 dimensions of our ranking, and that's what makes the country number 1. Yeah. I give you more specific results about Switzerland here, and I want to highlight, you can see the point that the main drag to Switzerland, pulling the country down to number 3, has been hopefully a temporary economic performance driven by the international geopolitical situation. Other than that, the country remains excellent in all of our dimensions of competitiveness. Here you have more numbers, and what I'm trying to show here is that if you look at the 4 different factors and the top 10 economies, you have a different type of imbalances among countries. You can, for example, look at position number 10 in the United States, that where the country is extremely strong in infrastructure, driven by the technological capabilities of the country, it lags behind when it comes to government efficiency. In a country that is fragmented internally, but also operating in a fragmented world. Okay? There is no country, with the exception of Singapore, I have said, that excels in all of the factors. Okay? So, having said that, let me give you some scoops on the different parts of the ranking that I want to highlight. The first is countries that increase the most versus countries that drop the most. And you can see that the countries that have dropped the most in our ranking are mostly European economies, and the closer you get to Russia, the more that you decline. Okay? This obviously because of the exposure to the energy crisis. While in contrast, the countries that have improved the most are actually countries that they have either shown a strong economic performance, or they have actually made important institutional improvement. For example, in the case of Malaysia, a country who have been historically working very close to and following their advances in institutional development. Regionally, it's also a very clear picture that emerges. And I hope I'm not going to surprise anybody when you look at the different regional results. Asia Pacific, relatively speaking, outperforms the rest of countries. Indonesia, for instance, declines 8 positions, but this is due to a rebound effect, because Indonesia, in fact, was the country that performed the best last year in terms of improvement. So in essence, Indonesia comes back to normal. But the other countries in the region, including Singapore, but also Thailand or Malaysia, they have improved significantly in the rankings. The reason for that, once again, is that they have been less exposed to the energy crisis that was affecting particularly Europe and also Latin America. In Western Europe, you can see that the picture looks more red than green, with the exception of a few countries that go up because of their particular sectorial approach. The whole region goes down. It's worth mentioning that the United Kingdom, in the 10th anniversary of Brexit, increases 4th positions, and this doesn't indicate indeed that the UK benefited from Brexit. Quite the opposite, because since Brexit, the country's ranking has been declining. This year, the UK increases 4 positions, driven primarily by the importance of the financial sector and decreasing importance of the financial sector in the UK, which, by the way, marks an interesting model where you have a very divided country economically, that, for example, where you compare the productivity of the City of London against the productivity of other cities. Okay? Still, the UK goes up. With respect to Europe and Eastern Europe and Central Asia, you see what I was mentioning earlier, that proximity to conflict areas and the exposure to energy crisis, with the exception of Poland, that you saw earlier, drives this decline in our rankings. It also means that the current geopolitical crises are affecting all of these countries in a different way. But let me highlight something as we go with the regional results. Because we have a ranking, like Eurovision, we can actually assess the average quality of the prosperity in all of the countries in the world. My perception is that in the last years, the overall prosperity of the world economy has been declining. And what you see is only the relative performance of the countries. Okay? So obviously, as the economic situation and the geopolitical situation improves, we would obviously see that the rankings will change depending on which countries benefit the most. But as I say, we cannot observe this overall decline in prosperity, which I think is very intuitive to everyone. Let me focus on a final group of countries. The Middle East benefits from the 2025 situation. Again, let me warn you that because of the delay in collecting data, and because we cannot have access to macroeconomic data for 2026 yet, it may be surprising that for a region that is in the middle of a very important geopolitical crisis that hopefully finished yesterday, you see massive improvements. But once again, you have to realize that the macroeconomic performance and institutional performance and most of the countries in the region has been very positive. Okay? And it also means that once the geopolitical situation is restored to what it used to be, these countries will also go back to what it was their position in their ranking. One of the regions of importance in the last years for us has been Africa. In the original IMD World Competitiveness Rankings, we only had South Africa in the rankings, and this deserves a brief explanation. Our ranking only includes 70 economies because we're extremely careful with the data that we collect. And we wish we could have 150 countries, but very often the statistical sources are not good enough. Over time, and as you can see from this list, we have been including more and more African countries to our list. And what you see is not only that some countries, for example, Kenya, keep on improving, there is a very important competitiveness agenda in those countries as well. And they're not only following our rankings, we're also trying to help them, showing to what extent prosperity can be developed through policies and institutions. And I think this is very good news. So hopefully in the next 10 years, we'll be covering most of the African continent in the ranking. And finally, let me leave you with the Americas. You see, the United States goes up in the rankings, as much as well as Argentina. The situation in Argentina has been really bad in the last years, always coming in the bottom 2 or 3 countries, so it shows a relative improvement. But other than that, you see that the political situation in these countries and the resulting economic policies that have been followed have not been very, very good at developing prosperity of the countries. I have just 23 seconds. So let me show you China and the United States, where you can see, they have been moving in different ways. The United States was #1 country for many years until 2017. Okay, it was a boring ranking until 2017 because the US was always #1, and it has been declining gradually. It only now that rebounds, while China has been increasing significantly in the last 10-15 years. And I think that with no doubt, both countries will continue improving, and certainly China will be joining the top 10 and the top 5 in the years to come, because the development of the country goes in that direction. Still, it's a very large economy that, of course, requires generations for it to be prosperous. One final slide, and I leave you with the final themes of this year's rankings. Vietnam enters the ranking for the first time, and it's something that I wanted to mention as well. Vietnam is an interesting economy because it was the country that everybody was asking us about. And interestingly, it enters the ranking in the 27th position, which is extremely interesting and positive for the country. Institutional credibility as a key driver, stability rewarded in the top 5 countries, the drop in Switzerland from number 1 to number 3 as the probably most negative news this year, and finally, this idea that China and the US are definitely aiming for the top 10. You can always find a lot of information in our website. The rankings are publicly available starting now. The data that we collect is also publicly available. And with no further ado, it is time to hear directly from the top 5 economies in this year's ranking. So let me introduce you to Stephen Carroll, television and radio journalist at Bloomberg, who is going to conduct a panel together with representatives from the 5 top economies in this year's ranking: Singapore, Hong Kong, Switzerland, Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, and the United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. Thanks very much, Arturo. Thank you. I mean, we've got plenty to digest, I think, from the big reveal of the rankings as well. So plenty to get into with our panelists. Oh. Luckily, Arturo has told us all the details of where we are in the rankings, so we can get straight into our conversation. We're joined by Jermaine Loy, Managing Director of the Economic Development Board of Singapore. We'll be joined by video message by Indiana Wong, who is Director of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Europe, who will have that video message for us. We have Ambassador Ivo German, Head of the Foreign Economic Affairs Directorate at the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. Steve Sue Wang, who is representative of the Taipei Cultural and Economic Delegation in Switzerland, and also Her Excellency Hanan Mansour Ali, who is Managing Director of the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Centre of the United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much to all of you for being with us this morning. Let's start with you, Jermaine. So, you know, top spot. Congratulations. Singapore returning to that #1 position. You're also first in 2024. I mean, simple question is, how'd you do it?
Well, always a difficult question. But first, thank you very much, Singapore. We are very honored by the ranking. We're also very humble. And this is not something that we don't take lightly and we don't take for granted. Singapore, we are a very small country, no natural resources, no large domestic market. And we stay competitive only if we remain useful to the world. And a big part of this really, as pointed out in the report, is how we can remain productive, more so than our small size can really suggest. And so productivity for us is not really a choice. It is really a necessity. I'll just briefly talk about 3 areas how we do this. First, we keep renewing and upgrading our economy. We help our companies adopt new technologies, whether automation, AI early. One example is manufacturing, which contributes about 20% of Singapore's GDP. It is advanced manufacturing we're talking about, built on technology, built on talent, built on innovation. And despite our small size, Singapore is home to 6 World Economic Forum or WEF lighthouse factories. And this reflects really how we work very closely with the industry partners to build not just the next plant, but also your next generation manufacturing capabilities. Second, we invest very heavily in our people. We work closely with our industry partners to prepare our workforce, ensure that Singaporeans have the skills needed to stay relevant in a rapidly changing economy, ensure that companies have a strong pipeline of workers for the next projects and industries. But at the same time, we also place a strong emphasis on lifelong learning as the center of our strategy. And we launched a program, what we call Skills Future, just slightly more than 10 years ago in 2015. Think of it as a lifelong learning account for Singaporeans, where you have government-funded credits, where Singaporeans can use these credits to pay for training courses. And over the last 10 years, many Singaporeans have utilized these courses and credits. Our aim is quite simple. How do we continue to make continuous learning a part of normal working life? And the third area is that we have to continue to build trust. We have to continue to build stability. Businesses make long-term investments only when they have confidence in the environment. Many global companies continue to cite significant operations, significant functions in Singapore because they trust that we will remain a reliable and predictable partner in the long term. So ultimately, Singapore, as a small country, we have to keep working very hard. But productivity is not just about working harder. It is also about continually renewing our economy, upgrading it, investing in our people, building trust. And if we can do all these things well, it gives Singapore every chance to stay competitive. It gives us every chance to remain relevant in the world. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. I mean, the competition and competitiveness. Arturo already made a Eurovision joke, so I'll make an Oscars joke next because our next guest isn't able to be here in person. Indiana Wong is a director of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Berlin, and he sent us a video message in response to today's rankings.
It is my great privilege to represent Hong Kong at the IMD World Competitiveness Summit. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to IMD for their strong commitment in providing comprehensive global competitiveness insights to the benefits of economies worldwide. The publication of the World Competitiveness Yearbook 2026 brings encouraging news for Hong Kong, which saw our ranking rising for the third consecutive year to second globally this year. This result reaffirms Hong Kong as one of the most competitive economies in the world, as well as a continuation of the strong upward trajectory from 2024 and 2025. Hong Kong continues to rank second globally in competitiveness factor government efficiency, reflecting the HKSAR government's ongoing efforts to promote free and open, stable, predictable, and business-friendly economic policies, as well as the international community's trust in Hong Kong's legal and regulatory environment. Meanwhile, Hong Kong's business efficiency is ranked third globally, reflecting the strong support for industry development rendered by our robust financial ecosystem, as well as the seamless alignment of the city's business practices and environment with international best standards. Amid rapidly evolving geopolitical dynamics, Hong Kong, with our close connectivity with both the Chinese mainland and the world under one country, two systems, sound institutions, open markets, and sustained investments in innovation, has become a value hub that offers both security and growth opportunities. In fact, Hong Kong continues to excel in various international rankings, including those for economy, finance, and talents. The International Monetary Fund has also given positive recognition to Hong Kong in recent months, and major credit rating agencies have successively reaffirmed Hong Kong's credit ratings and stable outlook. All these echo the WCY 2026 results. Recently, various reports and data have underscored Hong Kong's resilient and core position as an international hub for finance, trade, and investment. To name a few, Hong Kong was the world's fifth largest merchandise trading entity in 2025. We are also the world's third largest recipient of inward direct investment. Last year, Hong Kong's initial public offering market welcomed 119 new listings, raising over 28 billion Swiss francs through IPOs, ranking first globally. These are remarkable feats for a small and open economy like Hong Kong. Currently, Hong Kong is formulating at full speed our first five-year plan to proactively align with the national 15th five-year plan. With the staunch support of our country, the HKSAR government will work together with all sectors of the society to strengthen our role and function as a super connector and super value adder, with a view to better integrating into and serving the overall national development, achieving high-quality development, creating more room for development for our people and business, as well as opening up new opportunities for global investors and enterprises. Thank you.
Thanks to Indiana Wong from representing Hong Kong. Let's turn next to Eva German representing Switzerland. Obviously, third place is still a great ranking, but I'm sure that you must feel a little bit jealous of some of perhaps your neighbours, given the change in ranking in the years. 2025, obviously, a challenging year for Switzerland on certain fronts. What are the lessons really to be learned from this?
Thank you, Stephen. Let me first thank IMD, not only for the great work that they're doing, but also for providing a platform for dialogue. I think, especially in these times, isn't this of great importance and brings a value added in itself. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate Singapore for the first rank. We love competition, and we have steep competition here, yes, we are still top 3. It hurts a little bit, but if you look back a few years, we've been, hovering around second, third, and then last year first, now third. So we think that one should not attach too much importance to minor fluctuations from one year to the next, especially since we're still on the podium, And then also you've heard it, on key indicators such as government efficiency, infrastructure, we do exceptionally well. We have also a very good score for business efficiency. And I think, as we heard before, working closely together between governments and the private sector, all the stakeholders, I think, is key in order to also maintain and increase the competitiveness. And I think, the competitive edge of having credibility in institutions, I think that's what I take away, and that's where Switzerland is and will continue to be strong. Now, the decline is, as mentioned, attributable to economic performance, and here, in particular, to capital outflows at the macroeconomic level. So this is not an entirely new phenomenon. We have been observing this trend for several years now. And I think it's also important to look a bit behind the figures. And we look at the data, and that shows that, we had sharp rises. You can go back to 2015 and then declines from 2019, 2020 onwards. And these are mainly, changes in direct investments in finance and holding companies. So if you exclude that and you look at the stock of foreign direct investment in Switzerland, it has indeed increased over the past 20 years. Also employment, we see, some weakening of the figures there. But if you look again at the long-term trend, over the past 20 years, employment has been increasing. Since 2020, employment has been rising by 8%. So that shows that Switzerland is still an attractive business location and is still very competitive. I think one should not sit idle, and therefore the Federal Council already end of 2025 has agreed on a set of 60 measures in order to, again, increase, maintain and increase competitiveness. So my message would be buckle up, Switzerland will be back in the race and will fight for number 1.
Thank you very much, Ivo. I think this is also a good lesson to, I suppose, this is a ranking that's moving around quite a lot. So I think it's worth everyone's going to be watching themselves coming up for next year. Let's turn then to talk about Taiwan Chinese Taipei next. Surging from 8th place 2 years ago, 4th today, economic performance a main driving factor there as well. Steve, obviously, when we think about the strengths of Taiwan's economy, technology is a huge boost. We've got semiconductor production, for example. Talk to us about keeping the competitive edge in what is a very fast developing sector of the economy.
Yeah, I think from since many years that the Western media always think that Taiwan is the most dangerous place on earth. But somehow you can see the result that, maybe in some views that Taiwan is in a very dangerous situation, but somehow we think we are also in a very secure environment. And why we are so secure in this environment? Because you can see, for example, extreme sportive, he can climb our Taipei 101 from the ground floor to the top, and free solo without any protection. So you can see that our in Taipei the environment is quite safe. So that means I think in the past few years, at least in the past decades, our government has made a lot of efforts to improve our institutional credibility and the resilience in our economics. I also put a lot of investment in the infrastructure. So I think now the result shows that not only we can navigate in this troubled waters quite well, but also we are trying to make the world better by introducing the new technology, such as the artificial intelligence. And nowadays, everybody in Taiwan is talking about the artificial intelligence contribution and what the artificial intelligence can do better to this world. And of course, it's not only about the semiconductor, but also about the whole ecosystem, and also the further application and the end application to improve every aspect of our human's life. For example, from the medical center to science to education to every like every daily life that anything you need. So with all this kind of application, I think Taiwan now is in the epicenter of the artificial intelligence. So we are trying to not only improve our own economy, but also want to share this fruit to all our partners, to all our friends, to make the world better. So I think this is the lesson we should learn from this.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And AI is certainly a theme we'll come back to, because I think there are so many changes that's going to bring to these sorts of conversations over the next couple of years. Steve, thank you very much. And let's go then to Hanan, who is here representing the United Arab Emirates. 5th place, a consolidated position for the UAE, the top ranked economy in the Middle East as well. This is a position, I suppose, again, we're looking at the situation from 2025, the economic performance very strong, infrastructure perhaps slightly less so, and I'm wondering, in terms of your ambitions, how you see the path to rising up the rankings in future years.
Thank you, Stephen. And I must start with thanking IMD for bringing us together on this very first and very promising as well Competitiveness Summit. So thank you, Arturo and David and the team. Perhaps before diving deep into the UAE part, I'd like to pick up on a few things that the panelist has said yourself, but use Delia's sentence, which is different game, same instinct. I think what IMD has done, or this ranking in particular has done, it brought us together. Yes, different nations, different countries, but one common goal is making the world a better place, sharing lessons that could help development and could give individuals and businesses better opportunities wherever they are in the world. And that's very inspiring and eye-opening. One lesson from the UAE experience is that competitiveness is definitely not achieved through a single policy, a single initiative, or even a single institution. It is a result of a national system. Over the past 2 decades, the UAE has progressed from 28th globally to today top 5 most competitive economies. The journey reflects our long-term vision, our policy coordination, and continuous execution. We set clear national priorities, honestly, and we translate them into measurable outcomes. We definitely have a monitoring progress that has 2 layers. The monitoring progress system is called ADA, which is an Arabic word for performance management. And that's where entities are requested to report on progress on national priorities. At the same time, we at the Competitiveness Center monitor international indices where we learn the reality, how UAE performance is reflected globally. And then we study through, does this performance reflect the realities or at least the ambition of the nation or not? And here where we make data and evidence-based reforms whenever is possible. At the same time, we have built an open and globally connected economy Today, our non-oil sector accounts for nearly 80% of the UAE economy, reflecting decades of investments in diversification and future growth sector. And therefore, I would simply say, in our story, we see competitiveness as something we do not manage once a year, but rather it's something we manage continuously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you make a great point. I think you make a great point about the global nature of being competitive as well. And, you know, it's no small thing that we're looking at 5 small economies in the top 5 as well. And I think that's a really interesting factor to consider, because global events do affect all of these economies. That's, you know, in the open and trading sense. I just want to ask you, from the point of view, obviously, we're looking at 2025 rankings. 2026 has been a very challenging year for the UAE with all of the geopolitical events in the region. I wonder, how would you see that affecting how, you know, and from a competitiveness point of view, what things are you thinking about when it comes to hopefully what is a much more stable second half of 2026?
Definitely. Maybe Arturo used the word credibility. Moving forward would be the main denominator, if I may call it. The current environment actually reminds us that competitiveness is not measured by growth rates and investment flows and those numbers, but it is measured by resilience, in a sense that the ability to absorb shocks, maintain continuity, and remain trusted by investor, businesses, and global partners across period of uncertainty which we are living at. If I recall one story, I wasn't there in the UAE when the pearl was actually our major driver of our economy before discovering oil, even in the early 70s. But then China has invented the manufactured pearl, and then that's the first crisis where the UAE economy was affected. Yet we are here having a nearly 80% of non-oil GDP, and we learned our lessons from the beginning. So crisis or uncertain time is something every country goes through, but it depends on how this country manage and adapt and learn the lesson and move fast and agile. So the UAE has invested, as we said, decades in diversification, connectivity, infrastructure, trade partners. We are doing quite a lot in there, and a strong institution. As a result, we see that our competitiveness is not dependent on one sector or one market. So this is how we are very positive on the future outlook of the country.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, trade being a central element of that competitive nature, but also the global nature of all of your economies. If I wanted to ask you about that, obviously there has been, Switzerland has up and downs, as many countries had, as we're looking at the total upending really of the global trade order over the past year and a half or so. I mean, what lessons have been learned from that? And I suppose, how are you thinking about this going into the future, given that the global trade relationships now are looking very different to how they were?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, it has been said, you know, resilience is key. And I think we've invested a lot, and we've gone through crisis. And as a small and open economy, we always, and our companies first and foremost, always had to deal with resilience. And we also refrain from say industrial policy actions and subsidy races in Switzerland, and that has led, together with the strong franc, to a situation where you had to be and become resilient. And I think that helps us now that the times have become more challenging. I would add a second keyword, and that's agility. I think we have to stay agile and become even more dynamic and agile. And it's not a surprise that, as you mentioned, you know, the best performers now are those countries that where their economic fabric has been built on openness to trade and investment. And I think that's where we have to concentrate. And if you look at how we react, what our agility means, it's, well, we concentrate on our most important trading partners. That means Europe, that means the US, that also means China, where we are now in the phase of negotiating a modernization of our free trade agreement. But it also means diversification of trading partnerships. Finding new alliances, maybe partners that have been reshoring, but that they now see that there's maybe also a need for diversification. They come back and open discussion with Switzerland again. Could we not like solve problems together? And I think one great example is, I don't know who of you knows the FIT partnership. FIT partnership means Future of Investment and Trade Partnership. It's, you know, 4 countries coming together and agreeing on certain best practices when it comes to openness to markets, to a rules-based international trading system. Who are these 4 partners? Well, it's Singapore, it's the United Arab Emirates, it's Switzerland, and it's New Zealand. We started as 4, we're 16 already, and we're just discussing and agreeing and, see where we could maybe tie up a bit more when it comes to collectively increasing our resilience and our agility.
Great. Well, let's talk a little bit more about building those sorts of connections as well. Jermaine, obviously, as I say, all the economies represented in the top 5 are all small economies. You need to have good friends to be able to succeed. I mean, how do you go about, in what is a vastly changing and rapidly changing international environment, making those connections and building those lasting partnerships?
Well, thanks, Stephen. I think many of the points have been raised, and I think Ambassador talked about the FITP. I think that's also like a good example of how small open economies continue to find partnerships, create those channels, build the bridges. I think it's a good thing when walls come up, we all have to find ways to build bridges. I think that's really one way to think about it. Singapore, we are quite clear, we're way too small to prosper and to survive in a very fragmented world, and that's why we find alternatives. And we do so by remaining open, we do so by supporting predictable rules, and we do so by working with like-minded partners. And we work very hard to build those connections. We have 29 FTAs now covering a large, almost 90% of global GDP, active participation in many regional FTAs and bilateral FTAs. And we believe that this provides us a resilience. And in today's fragmented world, resilience is competitiveness, right? And how do we do so to sharpen our comparative advantage? How do we stay nimble, as UAE has pointed out? How do we stay adaptable? How do you build the buffers, and how do you build the partnerships? Because by the time you start to think about it, only after a crisis starts, is way too late.
Yeah.
Right. And so over the decades, we've worked very hard. I mentioned earlier, it's building up the infrastructure, building up the institutions, building up the workforce, making sure that we remain adaptable, making sure that as the economy evolves, we are ready to adapt and be prepared to take on the new challenges ahead.
Okay, and I think that's really valuable. Let's talk about perhaps what may completely change this ranking next year, which could be how economies implement AI. If we'd had this conversation a year ago, I think we'd be having a very different conversation about its potential applicability. Steve, obviously there's a direct impact on the Taiwanese economy because of the technological aspect, but thinking more broadly about how do you see AI lending itself to economies being more competitive? How do you think Taiwan's economy and Chinese Taipei is going to change as a result of this?
Let me give you a number. Last year, our GDP growth was at 8.7%, and this year should be 9.7 roughly, according to the forecast. So it's all boosted by the artificial intelligence. And now we consider that this is just the phase 1. That means now the infrastructure for AI is just starting. So let's see, like in the 2-3 decades to come, there will be the era of AI. So we need to be prepared and need to be get ready for the coming of the AI wave and also the AI shock. And because nowadays a lot of countries somehow maybe they are quite resisting about the adopting the high or newest technology. But of course, the new technology sometimes also means risks or even challenges or even danger. But somehow we need to try our best to control or to minimize the risk or the danger of the AI might bring some damage to our society or to our economy, etc. But somehow I think in the future or in the coming years, the AI should be the locomotive of the world economy. So for us, it's for sure. So now our government has put all our efforts and our energy on modernizing our government by adopting the AI. So our government has launched the 10 AI initiative last year. So we're trying to scale up our economic scale by adopting all possibility and all welcome all the coming technology related to AI.
Yeah, and of course, huge change potentially on the way. I'll just ask you all for a couple of brief thoughts on the AI theme, because I think this is going to be really important. I mean, Anand, when you're thinking about this from a competitiveness point of view, I mean, where do you see the AI effects? How do you prepare for the changes to come?
Yeah, of course, AI, a lot of people says the AI may create a lot of unemployment, and of course, and some of them says it's not true, and maybe it in one part that can do more some employment, but another part they will create more jobs related to AI.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're trying to figure out how to deal with this transition.
Sure.
Yeah, transition, and of course, in this issue that also we need to think about how to do a better talent training or talent recruiting. Yeah, so because I think all of us are quite unfamiliar with the AI.
Yeah, indeed, and we've plenty to learn from it as well. From the UAE point of view, how are you thinking about AI?
Maybe I'll pick it from where Steve stopped, that AI is threatening employment, but I see it from a very positive lens. It might make employment more efficient and more effective, and it would produce more capabilities. AI is creating an important convergence between technology and energy. Obviously, AI require massive computing capacity. Massive computing capacities require reliable, most importantly, affordable energy.
Yeah.
And the UAE has taken long-term approach in investing in both the advanced digital infrastructure as well as a diversified energy system. We believe countries that can successfully combine talent, technology, computing infrastructure, and energy security will be definitely particularly well positioned in the next phase of a global competitiveness.
Okay, great, concrete. Thank you very much. Ivo, on AI.
Yes, I talked about the proximity of government and businesses in Switzerland. I think let's add academia to that. You know, very strong collaboration on AI technology. Also between academia and businesses, you know, with the startups coming out of our universities. And I think for the government, you know, providing just a strong regulatory environment for tech-intensive firms to be able to continue to participate in these internationally integrated value chains. That's what we fight for day and night. And well, Switzerland positions itself very strongly. We look forward to receiving the AI Summit to Switzerland as well.
Yeah.
And maybe to close, you know, we heard from the institutional credibility is the new competitive edge. So bringing credibility, not only institutional, but maybe also international credibility. It's going to be in international Geneva. I think Geneva stands for credibility, multilateral, institutional, and international credibility. And I think there we can really like exploit the positive potential of AI.
Okay, and Jermaine, briefly, if you don't mind.
I think everyone has AI on top of mind, likewise in Singapore as well. I mean, we talk about employment, talk about workforce, but in our mind, we also quite clear with the focus as well. We have specific AI missions. We've settled on 4. We are going to focus on AI in advanced manufacturing. I mentioned that it's a big part of our GDP, of our economy. We'll focus on AI in financial services. Again, when you think of Singapore, you do think of us as a financial services hub. We're going to focus on AI and logistics, right? Again, we are a large aviation, maritime hub as well.
Yeah.
And the last point, we're going to focus on AI in healthcare. In part also because it's a strategic challenge for us, aging population.
Yes.
And interesting demographics in the region, Southeast Asia. We believe it's a booming area as well. And just to close, I think a big part of this is how we continue to evolve and adapt ourselves to continue to play the trusted hub role, connecting Singapore and global businesses to the rest of the region. And that's how we want to continue to remain competitive.
Great, a great note to leave it on. Thank you all so much to our panelists, and congratulations to you all on your high rankings. Of course, plenty more details on the IMD rankings. You can find the full rankings online now if you want to dig into the details. We're now going to turn to 4 panels which will explore the key drivers of competitiveness. And next up, we'll be talking about more AI, setting us up for that conversation coming next. Please join me in welcoming Sylvain Duranton, global leader at BCGX, who's going to be leading that discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So we've had a very natural segue into our discussion now on AI. The topic of the discussion will be the scramble of AI competitiveness in this new era. I think the question is on many people's mind, especially in this room here in Europe. We're seeing the AI revolution. We are seeing superpowers taking the lead, the United States, China. We are seeing some tech companies taking the lead, like the hyperscalers, the big LLM companies. And now the question is, what's left for others? And to have that discussion, I'm super fortunate and proud to welcome three panelists in the room. First, you, Quinn Yang. Quinn, you're a very well-known researcher, journalist, massive influencer on AI, and you're a fellow at the Asia Society here in Switzerland. We have you, Joël. Joël, you're the president of ETH, no need for an introduction, leading technical university. And then we have you, Catherine Hinke. You are the corporate vice president and CEO of Microsoft here in Switzerland. We'll be joined by another panelist virtually, His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Olama, which is Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications for the UAE. He was planning to be with us today, but under the current circumstances, this was not possible, but he will join remotely. And I suggest that for the start of that discussion, we play the video that was prepared by the minister where he shares his insight on what it takes to succeed in this AI revolution.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to address you today on this important gathering. When historians look back at this decade, I don't think that they would describe it as an AI revolution. They'll describe it as something much, much bigger. They'll describe it as a moment where intelligence itself became an economic and competitive asset. For centuries, nations competed for land, they competed for oil, and then they competed for capital. Today, they're competing for intelligence itself, and that changes everything. Because unlike oil, intelligence is not buried underground, and it is not a finite resource. And unlike technology, it cannot be merely imported, it has to be utilized in the right way. It must be built and developed, and increasingly, it must be sovereign. The conversation about artificial intelligence competitiveness is often framed incorrectly. People ask, who has the biggest model, who has the biggest data center, and who has the most GPU? These are important questions, but they aren't the questions that we need to be asking as countries. What we need to be asking is, who has created the most economic value? Who has created the most competitive advantage, and who has utilized artificial intelligence to create a better world for their citizens and their societies. The race today is not a race that rewards the size of your model or rewards the amount of GPUs you have, but it's about the diffusion of AI in society. According to Microsoft's AI diffusion report, the UAE ranks first globally when it comes to deploying and diffusing AI within the society. We have focused as a government to have a coherent artificial intelligence strategy. And the UAE was the first country in the world to appoint a minister of artificial intelligence. Our role in all of that is to ensure that the roadmap that is an artificial intelligence roadmap for the UAE is one that every single person owns, is a priority that everyone acknowledges, and is one where it's a country-wide focus. Beyond that, we've looked at building our own models, from open source models like Falcon, JACE, to building models that are focused on different groups of people that live outside the UAE, like Nanda. All of these efforts are efforts that ensure that the UAE is not a country that is racing in the domain of artificial intelligence, but is a global participant that is bringing everyone to the table and is ensuring that its development cycle when it comes to artificial intelligence benefits everyone. In the past, the focus was on building talent, and we are continuing to do that today. The current focus is to ensure that we're able to transform 50% of our federal government to agentic artificial intelligence. This transformation is focused on ensuring that the individuals that live in the UAE, all of the residents, even the tourists that come to this country, are able to proactively be able to get the services that they need. We're able to, as a country of 10 million people, create the economic impact of countries that are much larger than us in size, and that we're able to exclusively guarantee jobs for humans that they enjoy doing, and jobs that are going to be part of this future that artificial intelligence is going to be a partner with us in. All of these ambitious projects mean that we acknowledge as the UAE, and I think most countries do acknowledge today, that this wave isn't one that you simply wait for. It's a wave that you prepare for. It's a wave that you invest for. And it's a wave that you try to understand before it takes over all the key industries that it's looking at disrupting. From services to requests to people that people have, from automating tasks to redesigning how government itself operates, it is the right moment for all of us to focus on building an intelligence economy and building an intelligence-driven nation today. The UAE continues to work with partners, whether it's from governments or the private sector, to become a test bed and a sandbox for an AI-focused future. And we extend the focus that we have to each and every single individual in this room and outside to ensure that if they have ideas or if they have ways for us to work together, that our doors remain open and that we will work together to realize the dreams that you have. The future of agentic AI and AI more broadly is not a nice to have. It's a must have in this current revolution. And the next frontier of competitiveness is not going to be AI adoption. It's going to be the utilization of artificial intelligence and intelligence as a tool to create the biggest impact. There are many lessons learned in the UAE, and I think that we will continuously be sharing it with every country, every company, and every individual that is willing to learn from it. And we look forward to learning from everyone else to ensure that we're able to serve our nation better. Thank you once again, and I hope to be with you in person next time.
So the minister shared his perspective from a very, very successful country regarding AI, but it might be time to turn to you, Quinn, to give us a bit of your insider perspective on what's happening with the giant in AI, China. Social acceptance of AI is becoming a topic. We saw on the US campus, Eric Schmidt getting booed by some students when he mentioned AI. What's the situation in China regarding the social acceptance of AI?
So thank you for having me. I want to share a recent moment I had when I was visiting my family in west part of China. So my grandmom, who's a 91-year-old lady, a retired doctor, and is now basically speaking to an AI bot called Doubao, developed by ByteDance, like almost every day. And she asked the AI bot, from weather forecasting and, or some like health advice that she could possibly get, and telling me that this is like one of the greatest encounter she has ever since retirement. And that was the moment when I realized, oh, wow, AI acceptance in China is not a hypothesis, is our reality. And then I look at some data. I think there was some recent survey from last year, basically showing how globally the AI is being accepted by different country. Then there has been like 87% of the Chinese participants in that survey said they are quite positive about AI, while the same number is 39 in Germany and 32 in the US. And also like young people overall have a more positive attitude towards AI as well, even if they are probably supposed to be the group whose labor capacity will be affected. So I think, the desire in China for AI is real.
So China is running at the top in terms of social acceptance. Also, we see that in surveys at the top in terms of adoption. How did you get there? Because every country, all countries are trying. What's been special about this social acceptance and this massive adoption in China, Queen?
So I can provide some of my analysis. I think it has something to do first and foremost with the technological ecosystem in China. So the tech optimism has always been a thing in China. So I think in the last a few decades, the tech advancement in China, I think, has been, overall positively associated with the advancement of, the living quality. And in China, you have we have this super apps that have already been deeply integrated in people's daily life, like WeChat running your payments, your deliver, and your transport, and that has been a reality for a long time. And also, I think some of the Chinese AI bots have different models compared to the Western one. Like for instance, ChatGPT and Claude, you need to first have an account. You need to have registration. Sometimes it can be annoying, and then if you want to use a more fancier version, you need to pay. However, I think in China, the most commonly used apps are for free. I mean, it's a trivial, but it's an important incentive for the consumers. And then the second one, I think, it's not just about the technological advancement. It's also a narrative. It's a story. It's the AI story in China, I think, has been a state-driven story, and policymakers have made huge effort into convincing the nation that AI is important for our country's future. And I saw some recent interesting analysis of linking the story of the rise of Huawei with the sort of humiliation that China had suffered 100 years ago during the Opium War, during this during the First and Second World War. And so I think there is a general sentiment behind that sort of mobilized the whole nation to see the AI story as a nation story. And the third one, I will just quickly go through that. I think there hasn't been a a sort of backlash culture in China. No, like in the West, the infrastructure in China didn't allow it, and I think the culture also didn't really facilitate that. So you don't see, class action or public debate about, privacy litigation or GDPR-style regulatory debate. So I think that somehow also removes the obstacles from the mentality perspective. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Queen. And so that's the perspective from a leading country in China. Maybe turning to you, Catherine, you're representing Microsoft. Microsoft is among those tech giants which are also racing in this race for artificial intelligence. You've been at the core of this for some years. What do you see are the keys to succeed for companies who want to be part of that race in AI?
Yeah, well, thank you. Thanks for having me on the panel as well. First of all, I think AI is already there, and you just said it, and it's not just in China. And we can see it be adopted. We can see it drive value already now. If I look at what is important, we talked about skilling. We call it diffusion. It was mentioned in both the previous speakers. That is one of the most important factors. Actually enabling the population to use AI in the right way. And I think there's huge opportunity, not just in the more developed economies, but also to use AI to bridge gaps that we've not been able to bridge before. One example is a project where we engage in Africa, where this is about teachers and students, and we've touched by now more than 4 million in more than 10 countries to provide the technology and content to students and teachers so that they can use it and adopt and learn and so on. So those are really good examples. So adoption, I think, is the first one. The second one is a real focus on driving value. This is not, especially in the working population, if you look at economies and companies, this is about driving results. And Here again, adoption within the company is one of the first steps, but then strategically deciding where the biggest impact is going to be and actually driving that into the everyday processes in a company are super important. I would say the third one, and this is another one that we keep touching on, is the ecosystem around it. So working with global research institutions, leading technology providers, small or big, really different models across the board. So using that ecosystem that is there to support, I think, is a big one. And for every large and small company, it is important to connect. To bring it all together, I think it's about leadership. AI is here, so it's about how do we set direction as leaders into where AI matters, but also where human decision-making matters most.
Yes, super interesting, Catherine. And maybe one question, you're talking about adoption of AI within companies. You're working for Microsoft, an iconic company. What did it mean within Microsoft? What did it mean within Microsoft to bring AI everywhere? And how much did it change the company?
Well, I come from a background in the industry where learning has always been a very important factor. So AI adoption and diffusion is all about learning. It's about applying it, small and big, day to day, as well as on the more strategic projects. So that is, I think, what really drives it most, and that's also why we engage so much in skilling and skilling the population. We're running skilling programs across the board, across the world in many different countries. Where, just as an example, in Switzerland, we have promised to skill 1 million Swiss by 2027. Out of a 9 million population, that is a pretty big chunk that we are committed to do. So that skilling part is really what leads to the AI diffusion that we just talked about earlier. If you look at it, there's huge differences between countries and how they apply it. So the AI diffusion report that was mentioned before, the UAE is at 70% of the working population that is actually using AI. Globally, that's 17-18%. If we look at Switzerland is almost at 40% compared to the US, who's only at 31%. So there's pretty big differences, and I think that will lead the way. So skilling, learning is the biggest driver of AI adoption and really bringing it to value.
So skilling, learning, I think it's time for you, Joël, to share your point of view. We've talked a lot about capital. Human capital is of utmost importance. At ETH, you are at the core of the fabric of developing human capital. It's a lot said that we have, a diverging, polarizing view on talents with a few, the top 0.01% of talent mattering so much, 99.99% of talents wondering, what am I going to do? Will there be a job? Is it worth joining universities? Or, there's lots of anxiety sometimes in the students cohort. At ETH, how do you manage that? How do you remain at the top of academic institution in that time of artificial intelligence?
So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm a big fan of IMD. I've been trained there 18 years ago, and we send our future leaders to you. So thank you for having us here. Of course, the mission, of a university is to best serve society, but on a long term. So for us, it's not really a surprise what's happening, okay? We have been investing in AI since decades now. Of course, there has been an acceleration, but I just give you an example. 10 years ago, so I'm a physicist, I built big machines, expensive machines, and we trained one of these machines on a machine learning system that was not called AI at that time, and the results were 3 times better than what we physicists could imagine to do. So I'm always astonished to say, well, we need to see an impact on the outcome. It's coming. Just don't doubt about this, because what we very often see is, making nice text and so on. But on the physical part, this is happening. So I will come back to this, to what I call physical AI, because this is the next beast that is coming. And that's Switzerland has big assets. Now, so we have invested. We have created an AI center where already 1/5 of our faculty is participating. Together with the EPFL, we joined that in the national center. So it's 160 faculties participating, each having about 10 people. So it's a huge workforce. The second thing that we did, and here I want to mention a difference between US and what we did in the ETH domain at ETH and EPFL. We invested in a supercomputer that is now capable of having 11,000 NVIDIA chips of latest generation. In US, and I was told by the presidents of US universities, the best US universities, NYU, has access to 500. So what happened in US is that the tech took over what the universities have not been capable to do. And that's why I'm very happy to see the ranking on infrastructures. Switzerland is indeed very strong on infrastructures, on networks, on creating talents, okay? Every year, so, and then we created this Apertus within 2 years. I mean, that was a shock for us when ChatGPT came, because nobody expected it would come so fast. So that was really a shock. Even our best professors on the field didn't expect that. Just that you know what's happening now, the first mathematical 100-year-old problems that nobody was able to solve have been solved. So something is changing and affecting the way we are dealing with AI and with the teaching. Teaching is a big issue for us. Another anecdote. So about 6 months after ChatGPT was out, we made a survey at ETH. We asked our professors, how many of you are using this to prepare the lectures, the exams? It was about 20%. Then we asked the students, how many of you are using it? 100%, okay? So when we talk about adoption, there is, I think, a generation gap. But also my mother has started to use it. So, you know, there is hope also. But and so things are here. And now the question is, how do we position Europe against the big techs? And, you know, we work with the big techs. We have this fantastic initiative with Microsoft, with IBM, that's just next door, with Google, that is with 5,000 people in Zurich. But what's happened with Anthropic this week, that's scaring. That suddenly a government can decide, okay, we cut now the possibility for a vast majority of the world to have access to this technology. So we need, in the regions, to have kind of protected areas where we can become less dependent on only a few providers. And that's why I say we need to work together, the best in class, sharing the values. So we are in Singapore, for example, ETH. We are very proud of what we can do. We had a program on resilience, for example. You talked about this. I visited UAE. Amazing what's happening there. Okay, now it's a bit more difficult, the discussion, but I think we will resume very, very shortly. We'll go in Germany, 15 professorship on AI that was decided 3 years ago, and now we see how important it is. So the mission of the universities is to think long-term. Our autonomy allows us to take these kind of decisions. And we can do it wrong, but we can do it right sometimes also.
Maybe Joel will get back to the geopolitics of all of that, but one question popping in my mind, but students who are wondering what to do. Should I do computer science? No. Agents will code. Should I do science? No. You mentioned the Erdos conjecture has just been solved by AI. Will I have a job? What do you tell them about where they should focus, what they should learn, what they should aspire to do?
So certainly what is changing is that coding is changing completely, okay? 80, 90% of the coding is not done by AI. and that allows to be much faster, much more efficient. But coding is not maybe the most exciting part of doing research. And so what I touched upon before, the next step is what we call physical AI. That has two components in it. Physical AI is linking real devices with AI, takes robots. An example, we are extremely strong on robotics too at ETH and EPFL. I think Americans call us the Silicon Valley of robotics. And a simple task to fold, a paper or a cloth was impossible 2 years ago for a robot. Putting the chips, the super chips in the robot, the robot was watching a human doing it in minutes. It was possible to do. So this is the development that we see. That's one way. And of course, Switzerland here and Europe, with all the device, the sensoric, the technology, we are still producing stuff. We can be at the forefront. We have to play this card. The second element is more technical, but let me explain. At the moment, the AI machines that are out, they are using the brute force. Just maximum calculation capacity, no limitation, and the result is sometimes some hallucination. So at some point, we need to put the physical boundaries, the laws of physics cannot be broken, okay? That's something, you cannot be faster than the speed of light, for example. And so once you bring this in, suddenly the calculation time that is needed to solve a problem becomes 100 times faster. And we are not at the step where this is all implemented. So I think at some point it will be possible to have these kind of machines on a mobile device. And that would allow also the dispersion of these technologies throughout the world, because there was recently an event where there was a presentation, only 20% of the world population has access to these technologies. That's a big issue. That's why with Microsoft, we launched this ICANS program, so AI for Africa, a few years ago. And this is our mission, to also serve, the weakest in our society.
And if we look now a bit at this geopolitical aspect, we are seeing several models. We have China, super successful, government directed a lot. You mentioned that, Quinn, in the success factors. We have the US, much more market-led, massive amount of resources being invested in different parts. Europe is more seen as being maybe regulation-led, creating a context which will allow players to play on a fair field and protecting also the interest of citizens. Now, Arturo, you mentioned this morning that institutional credibility will be the key for the competition going forward. Now, when we look at the situation, Europe seems to be playing the card of institutional credibility quite a lot. Maybe the wrong way, or maybe Europe is stronger than we think, and there's a real way for Europe to go that route and to be successful. From your different vantage points, and maybe starting with you, Catherine, because Microsoft, you're seeing a lot happening. What do you see as the way for Europe here? Is it choosing either the US or China model, or is there something else?
It's a very important question, I think, for every economy to ask itself. I don't think there's yet a model that can be just adopted and will mean success for everyone. In a way, economies have to find their own, define their own way forward. I think there's a couple of guardrails. One is, how do you look at trust and risk assessment, in the sense of access to technology, in the sense of being sovereign, i.e. able to decide. Sovereignty is not a fixed state. It is an ability and a capability to decide, where do I take more risk, where do I take less risks, how do I build my own infrastructure. But then it's also openness to the rest of the world, because this AI topic will not be something that is completely decided in one country or in one economy or in the European versus the US versus China. It is something that goes far beyond that. So you need to have that openness and looking at what is happening in terms of research, in terms of tech developments and so on around the world, and then use the lens number one to decide which one and how you're going to apply it. I think what's also important is that we do take a leadership responsibility on, what is right, what is, where do we want to apply it to the better of humanity and to the better of economy versus where is human judgment important to take the right decisions and use the technology in the right way. There's a lot of opportunity if you do it right. There's a lot of risk, but also risk of staying behind if you do it in the wrong way. So it needs to play out over the next few years how exactly the best path for every one of those institutions or economies is.
Yeah. And this partnership is super critical. Now we talk a lot about friend-shoring. It's no longer onshoring, offshoring, but creating those partnerships among countries who share values and who are ready to work together. That's exactly in this notion of enhanced partnership. Qing, you sit in China, you see Europe. What's your view on the future for Europe regarding AI? Any advice, perspective on what's working or maybe not working so well?
Yeah, I first of all, I feel very flattered to be on this panel, so I don't think it's any advice for Europe per se, but I do feel probably coming from outsider's perspective, I see something that is quite unique about Europe. One is this, competitiveness in regulation, and I think nowadays we talk about, AI competitiveness. It's not just competitive about computing power, it's also about the regulation. Who's the AI and what is good for? And so, for instance, I have been I have been running a media channel where we have like 1 million followers globally. Most of them are young women, and right now I see a lot of them are talking about the whole AI competitiveness talk. That's have a gender problem. Like for instance, when we talk about AI is going to replace some workforces, but that's actually not neutral because women's job will be more effective than men's job, overall speaking. And some other followers of my channel talk about the sort of misogynistic encounter they have in different dating app or at workplace. That already existed before, but now being amplified by the usage of AI. And in countries, in a lot of countries, while deepfake is being used to generate and distribute non-consensual sexual images of women. So then you get to also another perspective of this whole competitiveness question that if women is more subjected to the negative impact that is being brought by the progress of AI technology. If that can we do something about it? And I do see, I look at China, look at the US, and look at Europe. I think Europe has the best potential to do something about it. And I do feel like without a gender angle, the AI competitiveness talk is incomplete some way. And I see Europe has the better chance and the best resources and probably the least obstacle to produce a good sample for the other so-called the AI superpower in terms of regulation.
Thank you, Quinn. And we are reaching nearly the end. Maybe very shortly, Joël, your perspective on whether there's a true European route or not.
Yes, I believe there is. I mentioned becoming less dependent on, we heard the ambassador saying we need to diversify. So in a sense, there is a need to have in an alliance an alternative product to what is now on the market. And I have a dream, and I mentioned that already. It was completely falsely understood, but after the Second World War, a big institution was created, and that's CERN. and it's a symbol. And CERN, with time, evolved in a entity that had all countries of the world participating. So it's not European anymore. It's recently Russia was excluded, which I fought against. I said it's a mistake. Science is there to build bridges, not to destroy the bridges. So I was vocal about this. So maybe it's the moment to think about the CERN of AI.
Yeah.
That would allow to really, deploy. And when science is at the center, then many things become possible.
Many shares the dream. Thank you, Joël, for this one. Thank you all for the insightful discussion. So the next panel will be about the human capital in the age of AI. It will be facilitated by Christine Severin, economics editor at NZZ, and she will be joined by 4 CHROs from international companies: Esther Roman from Helvetia, Véronique Rondoni of Adecco Akkodis, Nicole Peterse of Swiss Re, and Stefan Zeiler of UBS. Please welcome them all.
One chair is missing, I think. Yeah. One chair is missing. It's over here. Right. You are number 2. One. But I will be the new chair. Okay.
Dr. Schmid, das ist die Nummer 2.
Ja, ich bin die Nummer 3.
Da kommt noch ein Stuhl. Ja, dann.
Und das wäre ja komisch. Einer von uns stehen müsste, oder? Ups.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to our discussion, Human Capital in the Age of AI, one of the defining topics in today's labor market. We have assembled a truly outstanding panel of HR professionals, and I'm delighted to have them here with us. And I'm particularly pleased all our guests decided to join in person. Nobody sent an avatar, charming chatbot, or AI agent trained on previous interviews, which is encouraging because panels aren't automated yet. And at least for now, human intelligence has a very nice place at the table. So before we dive into the discussion, let me briefly introduce our panelists with an opening question. I know you all bring a tremendous amount of knowledge to this discussion, and I kindly ask you to keep your answers short to about 2 minutes, and then we go into the discussion. So first, I'm delighted to welcome Esther Roman from Helvetia Insurances. And Helvetia is going through a major reshuffle at the moment. Esther, what does it take to make employees fit for the AI age, especially with regard to Helvetia?
Well, one of the risks we were very mindful about from the beginning was that with the whole integration craziness, we might be very much internally focused. And, the train of AI and agentic might go by like this, and we wouldn't even realize. So we are now making sure that AI has a very notorious positioning in our new strategy that we announced recently, and that we take this opportunity space that everything is being challenged, the status quo is being challenged, so that people are more acceptant to change, so that we build AI native into the way we redesign the processes, and that has a number of applications for HR.
Thank you. Véronique Rondoni, Adecco Akkodis. Véronique, what is reality and fiction regarding AI disrupting the jobs today, especially when it comes to junior talent?
I think it's a great question, Christine. And let me start with introducing myself, right? So I started my career as R&D engineer
And today, I'm the head of HR for Acodis. It's about 40,000 consultants and engineers in the world, in 30 countries, and it's part of the Adecco Group. And I feel like I sit in the middle of this debate between the technology and the people who have to work with it. And this shaped my conviction, meaning that AI will transform work, but its people will transform AI into value. So to your question, Christine, what is a myth? The biggest myth is that AI will replace people. I think the reality is clearly nuanced, right? So tasks are disappearing, but judgment is raising the bar. So what is clear is that because tasks are disappearing, then it's coming harder for our young population to get their first job. But this is not a job apocalypse. And we mentioned on the panel before, Sam Altman recently mentioned that he was delighted to be wrong about this job apocalypse that he was, let's say, forecasted. So IBM as well is tripling his entry-level intake this year. So my point is that whether we are not hiring any more young graduates, my point is what we are expecting of them. And I think we don't hire them, Joel, for only what they know about it, right? But how fast they can develop judgment and performance in context. So let me illustrate a little bit on that. The people who knows me knows as well that I'm very close to the Swiss air surveillance space, right? And a new engineer come and is using AI and ask about a technical standard. The answers come back. The answer is wrong. The senior engineers challenge it back. The junior one, under pressure, take as a fact. So what it is, Christine, it's a judgment problem, and judgment cannot be downloaded. So let me, no, I wanted to say how we do this, right?
Maybe we come back to that later, and I give the pass on to Stefan for the opening question. Stefan, you're doing two things at a time at the moment. AI disruption is in full swing, and you still have to integrate Credit Suisse into UBS. How do you integrate without falling behind the AI curve?
I mean, it's a very important question because organizations can digest so much. And then it is all about setting priorities. And that is indeed a leadership question. I fully agree. The judgment, what matters most, is a leadership question. And then you align your resources at where you want to have impact. What was very clear from the beginning in 23, we cannot not do other things because of the integration. That is not an option. So which meant you need to really set few priorities and then fully engage on them. Integration was one. Glad to the very, very good work of many of our people. Actually, I can say all of our people. We have been very successful in this integration, and we are nearly ending that journey. By the end of the year, we should be really more or less done with our activities. So very successful because it was a clear focus and a priority. At the same time, in particular after 24, when we saw how we can solve most of the problems on the integration, we started to make a shift already. And when we speak about culture, we didn't just give integration updates on how well is the workforce integrating, how closely are former Credit Suisse and UBS standalone employees seeing the world? Do they have one view of one better firm? These are all integration KPIs you measure for culture. In 24, end of 24, beginning 25, we immediately switched also to include innovation KPIs as priorities to drive success. And now the innovation KPIs are definitely the priority number one, which we are measuring, because I believe, and all that has been said is really describing the magnitude of the change. So it's not just about activities, it's making it a cultural priority to innovate, change, and drive the future. And therefore, you need to ingrain all the processes behind it, the strategies behind it, and that needs to be a priority. So moving in parallel what you prioritize, but it's not possible to just have one priority in a complex world.
Thank you very much. Nicole, what do employees have to do to benefit from AI instead of just enduring the change?
I believe that it's very important to trust, to think about trust. And trust is something that is about the individual. Do I trust myself using it? So do I feel confident? Do I understand how to use it? Also, do I understand how much I can trust the outcome of the AI? It's probably even more important. And at the same time, we need to make sure that we use it in a way that our clients and regulators and society can trust it. So trust is for us an important ingredient when it comes to adoption. And to trust it, you need to work with it. So for me, the journey is very much around making sure that everybody engages in this, making sure that the adoption is not so much around only doing all the fancy things with AI, but actually also get people on the journey and not leave anyone behind. So we talked about earlier already around learning, getting access to the technology. We have plenty of workplace productivity tools that are an easy entry point for using it, but we also see that you need to do that in a way that people feel that they can trust themselves and that they can trust the reasons why we implement that as well.
Interesting. And we often hear that critical thinking, judgment, and AI skills are becoming more and more important. But when I look at job advertisement, I don't see that mirrored. I don't see it in the job advertisement. And can you explain the gap between rhetoric and reality there, Nicole?
Yeah, I think it's actually a paradox that we need to be very intentional about addressing. If you think about 2017, when Tim Cook, just to quote another executive from this field, said that he would advise a 10-year-old in France to learn coding instead of English. That 10-year-old today is 20 years old, finds itself in a labor market where 7 to 8% unemployment exists. And not because there is no tech jobs. It's because the jobs that are available today are requiring expertise, much deeper expertise, and experience. And that's not something you build overnight. Experience is what is needed for judgment and critical thinking. And experience needs to be intentionally developed and accelerated because you can no longer take 10 years to develop that experience. So that paradox about jobs are going to be easier. And at the same time, we need expertise and experience to use the AI. That's the paradox that we need to be very intentionally about developing, especially for new generations, in my view.
So, Stefan, I assume you're already paying more emphasis on AI skills when hiring. Is that true?
Yes. Yes.
How does it?
It's very practical in reality. So we did change our evaluation criteria for interviews on external hiring. We included AI fluency in our evaluation criteria. For our graduate training programs, we emphasize significantly on their skills they learn at the university plus their AI fluency.
How do you define that AI fluency?
AI fluency, you can do tests. I mean, imagine we have about 1,000 applications per graduate job we can offer. So you have to do pre-testing, and you do situational judgment tests for culture. You do cognitive reasoning test, and then you also do AI skill and perception tests. And then these tests give you scores, and of course you need to create a funnel with so many people applying for very few jobs.
And how is it defined, the AI fluency?
Pardon me?
How do you define then AI fluency? What is characteristic of it?
There are multiple dimensions you look at. First of all, what is the understanding of the skilling? I always say mindset is important, leadership is important, but you also need to know how to do it. To use a very simple example, if we have the same with AI in 10 years as we have with Excel today, everybody has it on their desktop, half of the people don't know what to do with it. That is not an option. So you need to know how to use the tool. So understanding what is possible, imagination. What approaches do you take to solve a question? Are you going into interactional discourse, which is agent-led, or are you going into page-clicking solutions, which is traditional-led? And there are tests you can find out how people are approaching this. It's building on the experiences they bring along. And that's a very practical application where these elements are evaluated while selecting. Another example, we just are in the process of hiring many people with AI skills, which then augment banking teams while they work. And they should then help them to improve their processes. Because traditional workers can be skilled and trained, yet to really completely rethink it's sometimes very interesting to bring somebody from another discipline in that has a very different approach to the problem. And if you then combine these capabilities, that's why the ecosystem approach on organizational level and the teaming approach on individual level are very important.
You've been talking about specific AI experts, and Veronique, do you think there's a growing mismatch between the skills employees possess and the skills employers need?
Yeah. Joël Mazo was mentioning physical AI, right? So this is booming in our industries, and you don't find physical AI yet in the universities, right? So what we are currently doing, we are creating that with partnership. We know it's about robotics and it's about AI, and we bring programs together, building this on client demands together with a partnership. As well, I was mentioning as well judgment issues before, right? How you make sure that you continue to hire fresh out graduates and you build on the judgment. In Japan, we hired more than 250 fresh out graduates. They are deployed day one in our client environment. How we do that? They are onboarded with AI training. We have 3 levels, your day-to-day, for your job and for our client solution. And then we have buddy with senior engineers. So the first 6 months, they have an engineer, senior engineer, working with them with client projects. So they are not on the front, but they are together with the ones who have more senior expertise. And this is a way that we organize the transfer of knowledge on real situation.
So real training for the employees. And sometimes it works out well, as you described. Sometimes it seems to be a bit more difficult if we have a mismatch, Esther, between the reality and the needs of the companies. Who bears responsibility for closing that gap? Is it the companies, educational institutions, or are these employees themselves?
I think this is the greatest opportunity space we have all together collectively. I think it was mentioned before, institutions, educational institutions, governments and companies to close that gap. It's around giving access to people, but also redesigning the learning path so that people can really have access to those new jobs emerging, to the new roles emerging. When we think about diversity and inclusion, which is something very close to my heart, that also impacts all the strands. You know, the gap might be bigger and bigger, not only compared governments, companies, societies that have access to AI versus those who don't. But also, you know, if we look from a gender perspective, you know, will the gap between female talent and male talent be even broadened? So to your question, I think it's really a collective responsibility. And I think recruiting is very important to redesign recruiting, but I think the real war for talent will not be looking for the AI talent because it's really scarce. But really the companies that will win will be those who can build capability at scale.
So they take a part of the responsibility and they have the scale to develop the skills.
Totally.
So it's training on the job in a way.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah, maybe if I may, I fully agree, because recruiting is, if you think about how many people are joining and how many people are leaving, you realize that you're talking about a small group of people. Most people are there in established organizations and they stay there for many years. And therefore, I absolutely agree. The big lever is on upskilling at scale. And that is really an accountability each organization has. To offer opportunities, to incentivize, to use these opportunities. But then in the end, and that's also very important to say, each person needs to learn him, herself. Because you can offer something, it needs to be consumed by those who are meant to consume it. And therefore, we need to motivate our workforce to go on that path, because the worst organizations can do is to not equip their employees to be future ready. Ideally with the organization, if not in another organization. And this future readiness is something we need to definitely prioritize with skilling at scale.
And Stefan, I need to rebound on this one, right? Because future
I'd like to ask, follow up just a quick question on what you said, because AI is so important. And I think you have to make it measurable as well, the effect of AI. And do some companies evaluate the way the employees use AI? And is it something as well your companies do as well? Are you evaluating the usage of AI, Stefan, and then maybe somebody else?
Yes, we are measuring. So all our employees, for instance, have Copilot, they have Red, they have different tools. We are measuring how many are using it. We are measuring how it's used for what, because it is really about creating impact and not just doing something with it. But then at the beginning is also about experimenting and doing something to feel comfortable, develop trust, as you mentioned. Yes, we are measuring that. We also offer badges, learning badges, because what we realize, this gamified approach where you can get something for your effort is very much appreciated. So all our employees can get an AI badge when they produce a program. Our line managers can get the badge. By the way, 80% of our line managers have done that badging because we motivate them to do it. We invest now even more in scaling. We are thinking about new innovative ways of bringing learning to people because we as an organization need to put an effort in to motivate.
Is it just very short answer, because I find that very interesting, but is it relevant for promotion as well, the AI use? And then maybe Nicole can as well answer on that.
Yes, we also included that now newly in our, it's one of the criteria, yes, we are evaluating for promotions. How is your AI adoption? How is your AI fluency? It's one of the criteria. So we don't say with this score you can, with that score not, but it's one of the criteria that is evaluated to think about the contribution of a person for the organization. Yeah.
I think you've been shaking your head slightly.
Well, because promotion is probably about more. So I would say all the employees need to be on the journey. I guess what we would complement what you're doing with is two things. We are very carefully measuring also the response of employees. There is a level of why are people not using it? What is the driving anxieties? Sorry?
Why would they not?
Well, there's a couple of things. One very simple one is that they just don't know what to use it for. So peer-to-peer learning is a very powerful tool to use, because you can tell your coworker, your colleague that does the same job, how they have used the tools for that. The other one is a certain level of anxiety. So am I doing something that reduces my job? But that's a very fair concern. And at the same time, there is a bit of an identity topic. I have to let go maybe something I very much like, and maybe I don't like so much. I think what is not to be underestimated, in my view, is that this technology is changing jobs gradually. It's not that your job changes overnight as much. There's some jobs, but typically you get 1.5 hour a day or a week extra productivity. Your job is changing a little bit. And typically with that 1.5 hour, you're going to take an extra cup of coffee, or you're going to do the to-do list that you already behind on anyhow. And therefore, what we're trying to do is to help employees, but in particular line managers, to imagine what that future team looks like. So how does the team look like? How does
vision on the
exactly what does the team look like with maybe 3 agents, 6 people, and maybe over time it will be 6 agents or 50 agents and 2 people. And then what you see is that there are new jobs suddenly emerging, or new tasks that people realize they have not thought about up front. And it helps people to think a little bit, how do I transition from one to the other? I think it's a very valuable, I guess, future backwards approach that helps us to understand a bit the transition path and encourages self-learning.
Coming maybe back again to the question of future skills, and we've been talking about educational institutions already. You've been talking about young talent. Do you think universities are doing a good enough job at the moment to prepare students, young people, for the demands of the labor market? They're doing an effort, but are there as well gaps to close? What do you see as the most important thing there?
Yeah, I think it's Christine from Microsoft that was saying that the ecosystem is key.
Yes.
So we are working on this. We are our own academy inside that we are doing as well, where we develop. And what I like, we co-design as well the training materials, the learning materials with our people, because we have experts who have the knowledge inside. We are also using AI agent to extract the expertise and after to put in the hands of the junior. So we are working in life science, for example, where we have an agent called Lisa. We are working on the rail and transportation. It's Rainbow. So we try to also put something easy to access and to get there. And to come back on the point, we are pulling from pulling to the stick, so from a stick to getting there. And each time they go for a training, they have a badge, right, or a certification that they can share as well on social media outside, and it's highly appreciated. So people are asking, okay, I would like to do this training because this helped me to be more employable on the market. So we are shifting after from it's a mandatory training that we are tracking from people coming to us because it's something useful, co-designed by people who are doing the same, and we do after hackathon so that the community can work together. So all of these simple things contribute after to get there.
So you've been talking about what you've been doing, building up, and to be a bit critical, Esther, what are the biggest shortcomings you would say about our actual educational system?
It's so unfair here being invited by IMD. I don't have a qualified view, but my personal opinion, to be honest, is
That's what's appreciated.
yes, it's that this is moving so fast that actually any learning program has a shelf life of what, 6 weeks? Not even 6 months. So I think curricula can hardly catch up with the shift in demand, right? So I guess, and I don't have the solution, but I guess we need to redefine the speed at which we are making that transition from education to entry level. I think that keeps me awake at night, that human in the loop that was mentioned also before. How do we ensure people have enough experience and judgment to have that human value add part in that new agentic workflow? And I think institutions need to help us with that. It's not just the companies who can make sure that experience is gathered at entry level enough and quickly enough so that they can have that human value add job or role to play in those new workflows. So I think that keeps me awake at night, and where educational institutions need to help us with.
And we've been talking as well about productivity and jobs, and if AI is meant to complement human capabilities rather than replacing them, why do you think is there such a widespread fear that AI will come for our jobs?
Well, because it will replace tasks. And I think
people haven't understood it's coming for the task, not for the job. Not for their job.
Jobs will be different. So I don't even think we should speak about, job descriptions or classical career paths anymore. And clearly there's so much efficiency gains in delegating full tasks and full workflows to agents. So people who start using it see it, right? And I think it's a nice narrative that might come across naive when we say that humans are here to take up higher yield responsibilities. Yeah, but how?
Yes.
How in real?
How?
Exactly.
That's what you all have in your... Stefan, you want to jump in?
I think it's important in my view, is AI will definitely have a huge impact on efficiency creation, which means in these areas, there will be less people doing what they are doing today because there are efficiencies kicking in. If I think about AML, KYC in our industry, the AI has a huge impact on how this can be done faster and better. Then AI has another very strong impact on augmenting the capability of people to do their job better. And now the solution to, and that's what I believe, it was mentioned before, the solution to the problem of, well, what happens to all these people that did something before is growth. Because if we believe in growth, there will be more of something else. And this requires people. And so therefore, the question is not, will there be thousands and thousands and thousands of less people working, but there will be thousands and thousands of people doing something else. And that is
as well within the bank, within the insurance, within...
Exactly.
We expect that.
That's the mentality we need to bring into the mindset, because otherwise we become passive, exposed to a development that is a threat to us, versus believing we have a control over designing how we address that in the future. And that is the mentality we need to approach here. And therefore we need to be optimistic, because I also believe we can be optimistic. It's not just a Zweckoptimismus. It is really, we can be optimistic because we can steer that and we can drive growth in the right places. And with that, creating new needs for people to do meaningful jobs.
And why is Silicon Valley always promoting these stories? Oh, human labor isn't needed anymore, Veronique?
Because I believe now we need to work on learning velocity, so learning faster that the technology is changing. So if we are able to invest in the skill infrastructure, and we discussed about this morning, this is a solution to get there and to create these more jobs and to create the augmentation of people.
You want to jump in, Nicole?
I guess what I don't think the challenge around talent availability is going away. So I think if you would just make the simple math of how demographics and just natural attrition is changing the workforce, I don't think the productivity gains are able to catch up at the same pace. But you have to be very intentional, and that's the concern we need to all address. You cannot just sit there and wait as an employer, as an employee, because it is not your current job anymore. It's exactly to your point. Your current job will be impacted. It's already today. It is how make sure that you're ready for the next job that is coming, and that might be a different one. Might also be.
You do that in how do you get this vision? I mean, you discuss within the teams a specific discussion.
Some of the things are very intentional. Just strategic workforce planning is something we've been doing for many years. You just need to do it at a faster pace and with less understanding of the exact needs you have in the future. So there's much more scenario planning required. There's much more paradox thinking required and a lot more ambiguity. But the methodology is somewhat similar. You have to think about how do you think your organization is evolving? What do you think are the jobs that are going to there? And who do you think that are going to do these jobs? Is the pace at what that changes? The pace is the big change.
The pace. And so it's not the same work with less people, but more work with the same people.
That depends, I guess, on your financial model. Yeah. Depends on your business strategy, but yes, I think that talent density of having very good people who are doing complicated jobs is very likely to happen. Yeah.
No, I fully agree with you, and I believe that Stefan, because of the growth, although jobs are disappearing, new jobs will come, and therefore it will be an augmented job. And the role of we, CHRO, is to be able to redesign those jobs, help the teams to get there. But I think we have some good example in software engineers because coding is changing. It's already orchestration of what is code, what is validated, and it's augmented. We are creating more value.
Esther, have you been redesigning jobs? Can you share an example?
We are in the middle of it.
You're in the middle of it. You're in the middle of the reshuffle.
We had our closing in December, so maybe in 6 months I can share more. Yeah,
a bit, just in.
Well, we are starting that journey, but it's really too early.
It's too early. Somebody who can share an example?
Well, jobs are changing. I guess the most obvious one is in technology, where coding is actually done completely different. But where we see it changing is that AI is becoming a companion. So if a companion or a co-worker on the side. So if you think at a reinsurance company, there's a lot of data to digest, there's a lot of insights to gather, and you have this AI tool available to you that gives you more knowledge at a higher pace, gives you the opportunity to digest data much quicker. And that is happening already today. And that's the different role that people have. You're engaging with something that you need to ask smart questions. That's one skill that you need to develop. And at the same time, the abundance of information that come to you, you need to be able to digest that. So the judgment of that is very different. It's a different, doing the same job differently.
Is learning to ask a good question part of the AI training?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
We call it, of course, prompting these days. It's the word that we all get used to. Asking the right questions.
Is part of AI training.
And I guess what we learn from people who do it a little bit longer is asking it to help you define the question. So that's even smarter. Yeah.
All right.
Esther, you want to add on? No?
I think we're being asked to move on.
We need, see that. Oh, sorry, I thought we had time. Okay, so I spare my last but interesting question. for the future. And as you mentioned, our time is running out. We need to move on. We heard different perspectives on how artificial intelligence has already entered the workplace. We spoke about future skills, the value of degrees, and the big fear of AI coming for our jobs. And I keep in mind this was a fully human conversation, and I enjoyed that very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your attention. And please join me in the applause. And now I would like to introduce you all to the next panel, which is about the role of capital in competitiveness. As investment is increasingly concentrated in a few global markets, this panel asks, how can the rest of the world regain its competitiveness in capital markets? The session is again moderated by Stephen Carroll of Bloomberg and will start with a conversation with Bruno Le Maire, visiting professor at IMD and former Minister of Economy and Finance of France, followed by a panel with Bob Steiger, Mark Schneider, Marnie McManus, and Lars Kramer. Please give them all a warm applause.
Hi, nice to meet you. How are you? Hello, everyone. It's me again. I'm back augmented by AI. Well, so we've been talking about the human capital end of the discussion, which I think we all learned a lot from, and certainly giving us all food for thought about how we're going to be developing our own careers from here as well. But of course, part of what feeds the growth in this area as well is the massive amount of money that comes behind investment in things like AI and trying to attract, create the environment for that capital development as well, of course, very important too. And in a more uncertain global economic and financial framework, this becomes even more important when we've seen this trend of capital investment being particularly concentrated in a handful of finance and tech centers. Can Europe and other middle powers, address this growing venture capital gap? It's illustrating a more structural problem, perhaps, and something that we're going to have a perspectives, as Christine just mentioned, with some representatives in the business world, the WTO and the banking sector in just a moment. But let's start with a public policy point of view from Bruno Le Maire. Great to talk to you, visiting professor, of course, at IMD's Enterprise for Society Centre, and perhaps best known, shall I say, as being Minister for Finance of France from 2017 until 2024, through your own series of crises, global crises that you have to address in that role as well. Challenges of accessing capital, raising finance, and the difficulty of capital concentration are not necessarily new, but they have accelerated, and AI has seen another leg change in that if we look at what's been happening in terms of even IPOs and capital raising of what we've seen as well. I just want to start with a question of what you feel is at stake here for the other parts of the world that might have less ease in accessing the capital that's needed to transform and keep their economies growing.
Well, I think that what is at stake now is the future of Europe. Shall we be someone in the 21st century between China and the US? Or shall we be nobody? And to be very blunt, what we are observing today, and I think that a very interesting ranking that was presented is a new evidence for that, is a decline of Europe. Decline on growth, decline on productivity, decline on tech, decline on competitiveness. And I think that we have to go to the roots of that situation. The root is that the fact that we missed the fourth industrial revolution in the 90s by not scrapping the digital revolution, and we are on the verge of missing the fifth industrial revolution, which is the AI revolution. I'll never forget that Europe was a superpower between the 19th and the 20th century because Europe was at the core of the first, the second, and the third industrial revolution. So we must understand that historic point, otherwise we don't understand the current situation. We relied too much on the alliance with the US. We relied too much on free trade. we have been naive, inconsistent, and we run the risk of becoming irrelevant. My second point is exactly what you said. Since we are facing big revolutions on defense, on tech, on climate change, there is a huge run for capital everywhere in the world. And you have IPOs you have never seen before. 1,000 billion euros. The next one will be 2,000 billion euros. Huge companies are raising huge amount of capitals. And Europe must be aware that we run the risk of having those IPOs and those hyperscalers sucking all the capital in the world to the US. My third last point will be that Europe nevertheless has decisive assets. First of all, we have a total amount of savings of around 35,000 billion euros. Quite a lot of money. Second, we have one of the best tech ecosystems in the world. We have the best scientists, we have excellent universities. I just regret that Switzerland is not part of the EU because you have one of the best universities in the world with Zurich and of course Lausanne and the IMD. We have industries, we have tech companies like Mistral that are doing very well. And we also have, this is the very last asset, entrepreneurship, which is really rising among young people. The point is that we are not united. We are divided. So you have to put in place a new public policy that will pull together all those resources to make Europe great again. And you need to change your mindset. I just hope that Europe will never be led by a guy like Donald Trump, since we are radically different, but you have to make Europe great again. And I have some paths to propose.
Well, I mean, you were involved as finance minister in long discussions around things like the Europe's Capital Markets Union plan, of which progress is still very slow. There are 6 big economies making progress on that. Does that plan actually address sufficiently these issues, or do we need to go further than what has been extremely slow progress so far?
We need to go further, and we need to go faster. One of the big challenges of Europe, I've been Minister of Finance for more than 7 years. I've attended many European councils, many councils of the finance ministers. So you have 27 people around the table, plus the vice minister, plus the team, plus the advisors, plus the ambassadors, because the ambassadors always want to be part of the negotiation. So one single meeting, you have at least 250 people around the table. That's the best way for talking, but not the right one to take decisions. So if you really want to have Europe moving faster and being more efficient, you have to shift from a Europe with 27 member states to a Europe with 6 member states.
And how fast can that work? Where do you see the progress on the plan that will happen with the 6 member states?
On that plan, I think that we must be very clear about the steps and about the solutions. First, you must forget about public money. There are some exceptions, like Germany, but if you look at the public finances among the biggest countries in Europe, starting with France, unfortunately, we do not have any kind of fiscal space. And it would be totally foolish and irresponsible to bet on public money, since we will have to pay for the interest of the public debt. And this amount will grow year after year. For the time being, it is around 60 billion euros that we have to pay every year in France for the interest of public debt. And since interest rates should go up due to the decisions of the ECB and the risk of having inflation coming back, we could have to pay every year, in less than 12 months, 100 billion of euros for our interest rates. So forget about public money. The single possibility, if you are looking at the differences of situation between France and Germany, is a proposal I made to the German government, which would be a program debt for debt. There is a commitment from France to reduce by 30 points its level of public debt over the next 5 years. And there will be the commitment from Germany to accept to have new Eurobonds for a total amount of 1,000 billion euros only for tech, artificial intelligence, and the production of chips on the European soil. We were able, with Olaf Scholz and with Angela Merkel, to raise 750 billion euros to protect the past of the European economy. We should be able to raise 1,000 billion euros to build the future of the EU. But I can understand the position of Germany. It cannot be possible if France does not take a very formal and strong commitment to reduce its level of public debt. Debt for debt, this is the proposal I make on the question of public money.
Well, the other factor of this, and this is a question to your former politician hat as well, is how do you sell those changes to an electorate? Because this is the issue, is there can be great ideas at a pan-European level, but ultimately politicians have to get elected. And if it means that their local bank, for example, is going to be taken over, or their local company is going to be taken over because we're in the drive towards bigger cross-border companies, how do you sell that? And make sure that politicians can remain in power.
I would say it by explaining that either it is your choice or it will be the choice of the ECB and the IMF. Either you remain free by taking the right decisions to reduce your level of public debt and reducing your public expenses, or it will be imposed by the ECB, by your European partners, and by the IMF. This is the way I would sell that deal to the French people.
And I mean, former prime ministers, and there have been quite a few in recent years, have tried and not managed to make that message stick. Do you think it's a winnable argument?
I think that the winnable argument to the French people is that we can no longer have a situation in which we are spending 400 billion euros a year for retirement pension, more than 300 billion euros a year for the healthcare system. So if you don't change the welfare state, not only in France, but everywhere in Europe, you won't be able to invest neither for your defense, nor for tech and artificial intelligence. And I think that the responsibility of the European politicians is to really make very clear that it would be totally inconsistent to explain to the people, you know what, we'll spend more and more for the welfare state because we are an aging population and because demography is falling down, but on the same time, we'll spend far more money for tech, for AI, for defense, and for the fight against climate change. This is a lie. And you must build politics on truth, not on lies.
And I suppose a separate point to this, but related, is you mentioned the massive amount of savings that Europeans have. Another very difficult thing to sell is to get those people who have money in savings accounts to invest it instead, create an investment culture which isn't as strong in Europe as it is in places like the United States. How do you do it?
This is one of the key issues, because it's a shame to have 1/3 of the European savings moving from Europe to the US. It's a shame to have the public money helping startups to start, funding our best scientists, our best entrepreneurs. And when it comes to scale up, then you have those European companies, either from Germany, from Italy, from France, with the best brains, with the best scientists, with the best engineers, moving to the US only to be on the NASDAQ or to get access to $500 million or $1 billion. This is a shame. This must change. First, you need the capital market union. And to get the capital market union, 3 proposals. First, you start with 6 member states, not 27. I tried over the past 7 years. It's totally impossible. Never listen to the people that explain we should keep the unity of Europe. Don't think about a capital market union with a limited number of member states. These are the kind of people that will never reach their goal and never put in place a capital market union. You want a capital market union? Start with 6 member states. Second, define a timeline. Exactly the same way as we did for the euro. For the euro, we said, well, before the 21st century, we will have a common currency. And this cannot be disputed. For the capital market union, leaders should say, we will get a capital market union by 2028, no later than that, and it is not disputable. And third, just to enter into some technical issues, you need to have a new supervision because you will never get an agreement, even among the 6 member states, about the merger of the existing supervision in France, Germany, Italy, or Spain. So let's put a new supervision at the top of those supervisions that will be a guarantee for the future and the stability of the capital market union of the 6 member states.
Okay, a prescription and solutions as well. Bruno Le Maire, thank you very much for speaking to us this morning. Francis, former finance minister, and of course, professor.
If I may add a very last point.
You may, but only because you asked.
It's not a point from me, but my assessment of the situation is that we are living in Europe one of the biggest crises since 1945. And I think that to go out of this crisis, you're British. Irish. Not far from Britain.
Number 7, in case anyone missed that.
The best model to be followed is Churchill. And just keep in mind the words by Churchill. Never let a good crisis go to waste. It is an opportunity to do things you think you could not do before. That's exactly the way we should act in the coming decades for Europe.
Thank you very much, Bruno Le Maire. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, have a good day. Thanks a lot. And we'll continue on this discussion with a focus on the questions around capital access and how we work better with those capital markets. Please welcome Marnie McManus from Citi, Country Officer and Head of Banking for Switzerland, Monaco and Liechtenstein. Robert Sager, Chief Economist of the World Trade Organization and Director of Economic Research and Statistics Division. We've got Mark Schneider with us as well, who's a board member at Siemens and Roche, a long career in Switzerland, Swiss corporates as well. And Lars Kramer, too, Group Chief Financial Officer at First Abu Dhabi Bank. Thank you all very much for... There we go. Thank you very much. I can still be heard. I mean, I think we were all hanging on Bruno Le Maire's words there and the urgency of the situation and the difficulty there's going to be in addressing this. I want to start, though, with that bit of an international perspective from Robert Sager from the WTO. The question of how capital affects trade, these are all interlinked, and we're thinking from a competitiveness point of view. I want you to just connect those dots for us about how this question of access to capital, being able to raise capital, is linked into the ability to sustain good trade relations.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. That is a very hard act to follow. I am not a politician. I am actually an academic on leave from Dartmouth College and chief economist of the WTO since January. Your question is a good and pertinent one. Of course, financial conditions affect trade in many ways. It can affect the conditions for foreign direct investment, which is, of course, very relevant for trade. It can affect conditions for supply chain configuration. It can affect the need for trade and financial services, which is a growing area of trade. It can even affect comparative advantage in general. And just as a side anecdote, I've been teaching international trade for a long time at various universities in the US. And it used to be that we would tell our students that there are 3 fundamental determinants of comparative advantage. First, technology differences across countries. Secondly, factor supplies, land, labor, and capital. And third, consumer preferences. And those were the three triumvirate that we would use to determine and talk about comparative advantage. Well, about 20 years ago, it became very evident that there was a huge missing element of that theory, and that was institutions, and in particular financial institutions. And those have been shown, the financial conditions in countries have been shown to have very important implications for comparative advantage. So all of those things definitely feed into this impact of financial conditions on trade. But the one that is probably most relevant for your question, which is in a world of changing trade policies, could we possibly, as nations, substitute better financial conditions for those worse trade policy conditions? I think the one that is most ubiquitous and most direct is the conditions for trade finance. And trade finance comes up when an importer from Switzerland wants to buy a machine from Korea, and the importer wants to pay for that machine once it arrives at the port, whereas the exporter in Korea wants the payment before it ships. And there's a gap in time and risk that needs to be covered in some way. And that's what trade finance does. It can be a letter of credit, it could be bank credits, it could be various insurance aspects. But all of those things are really important and ubiquitous across global trade. The WTO estimates that 80 to 90% of world trade transactions use some kind of trade finance instruments. Well, we know that if the conditions for trade finance really collapse, as they did in the 2008 financial crisis, that can have a huge impact on trade. Trade can just really plummet. But even in normal times, trade finance is important. It may be a little more hidden, but it's important for determining and impacting the trade that we see and the volume of trade that we see. And it does it in two ways. One is just the straight up costs. A tariff is a cost of exporting to another country. Trade finance is a cost to doing that exporting. And in the low tariff days that we had, at least up to a few years ago, trade finance was a fairly big portion of the trade costs that firms face. So anything that lowers trade finance costs can actually substitute for higher tariffs and more uncertainty in tariffs that we're seeing now. The second, and maybe more interesting, is because it's finance and because it's a credit market, there are possibilities of credit constraints that lead to trades that don't happen at all that would have happened if those firms could have gotten credit. And there are estimates at the World Bank and the WTO that suggest that possibly up to 10% of world trade might have occurred that does not occur because the firms are not able to get the trade financing that they want. And most of that occurs with small to medium-sized firms and firms that are in lower income, less developed countries. So that's another aspect of trade finance that's very important. And let me just finish by saying, in answer to your question, yes, there are things that the countries can do. The WTO, where I work, does not directly involve itself in finance the way that the World Bank and the IMF do. But the WTO is definitely involved in coordinating that kind of finance, in convening groups, and in providing information about the kinds of help for trade finance that's available. And the more the deeper the financial setting is in a country, the better the conditions for trade finance, and the better conditions for trade can be.
Yeah. Okay. So I suppose showing us the opportunity of how well-functioning capital markets and access to trade finance can really help on the economic perspective. Marnie, I want to bring you in next. You've experience in working in the big global capital markets that we've been talking about. When you hear Bruno Le Maire's ambitions, and they've come from many European political leaders to try and deepen capital markets, improve access to capital, can anyone actually catch up with the US? Is this an achievable goal?
I mean, catching up with the US is probably not an achievable goal, but you know, 25% of the US stock market is foreign investors. So obviously people can invest in the US stock market and there's a tax implication. But I think just because you can't catch up, it doesn't mean you don't do anything. So I absolutely agree with the idea of the Europe 6. I absolutely agree. 27 nations are never coming to an agreement on a European capital markets. I think there's much more chance of possibility if there's just 6. I think if we look at Switzerland, particularly with its recent agreement with the UK, which is called the Bern Financial Services Agreement, that is really a model. And frankly, it is Switzerland's kind of small nature and the fact that it's not in the EU. So it's able to do bilateral agreements that really can spur growth. So I think that agreement needs to be expanded a little bit to include growth companies. And I can talk about that. There are lots, I think, maybe I'll pause there and let you go on. And I could go into other areas. I think there's an opportunity for a strategic alliance with the Gulf.
Okay.
It already exists today. Obviously, tons of Gulf money is booked in Switzerland. There is trust, there's neutrality here. And I think that strategic alliance is not being tapped for growth companies in a way that we should be doing it.
Okay, well, perhaps let's go to Lars on that point then, and the idea of a place where capital markets have been developed very rapidly and very recently. I mean, are there lessons there for elsewhere in the world as to how it can be done, and what sort of ceiling is on that ambition for a fast developing capital market?
I think tying into what Bruno was saying, really what struck me was the frustration of decision making and the speed of decision making. And it's actually quite interesting to see that 5 of the top countries are what you'd call smaller countries or even city states.
Yeah.
And that's certainly my experience has been that in these countries, you actually have long-term thinking. So really 20, 30-year vision plans set out by the leadership. And then they actually engage with regulation in order to create and facilitate that vision, not to sort of stamp on it and crush it, but to really figure out what is best to sort of enable growth. And that clearly the sort of, certainly in the UAE, what they've done is they've gone for longer term vision in very specific sectors. And you heard this morning from Hanan, how diversified the economy already is. I mean, that's 77% of the economy is already non-oil and gas. I mean, that is completely, I think, counterintuitive to what everybody in this room probably sort of perceives. And the way that they've done that is this long-term planning, but also very sort of sector-specific choices. And then you talk about financial services. I mean, that choice of seeing financial services or banks as partners to make this happen and providing, clearly in the UAE, you also have the sovereign wealth funds, which have a huge amount of capital. But that is, I think, very different to certainly how the European experience has been over the last 15 years. Where really banking or the financial services have in a way been seen as the enemy and the cause of the great financial crisis, and they've never quite recovered from that, and they've always been on the back foot. So I think that whole sort of integrated approach, government, regulation, industry being quite specific, as well as then using banking as a facilitator and an enabler with the capital, I think that for me is the key. And you get really fast decision making as a result of that.
Okay, and clarity in those decisions as well. Mark, you've a really interesting perspective on this from your position in corporate leadership. I wonder, how difficult is it going to be to, I suppose, how do you get companies to not go to the US to fundraise when they need to look for capital as well? I mean, how do you diagnose the issue of access to broader capital in Europe and Switzerland in your experience?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel, and very honored to contribute to this event today. I very much agree with the vision that Bruno Le Maire laid out, and also with the points that my co-panelists made. But let me also offer a corporate perspective that goes a little bit beyond, and that separates capital raising from the investment of capital. Because I think what we're also suffering from in Europe right now, especially on these forward-looking technologies and industries, is underinvestment. And what I noticed over 20 years in various roles and talking to CEO peers, almost everyone among large multinational companies under indexes annual capital expenditure spending in Europe and over indexes annual capital expenditure spending in North America or Asia. Now, why is that? Lack of loyalty or lack of interest? No. It's about your fiduciary duty to chase returns and do the best you can for the money that you put in place. And When I look at the investment case for so many countries in Europe, it is about low economic growth, low or even negative population growth, high regulation, high energy cost, high labor cost, and high tax. Where is the sunshine in that? Okay. And so what we have to work on, in addition, I mean, I fully agree, we have to finish out the Capital Markets Union. I think 6 is better than 27. So work to do. But we also have to drastically improve the investment case for Europe so that foreign direct investment happily comes here and turns the gusher on. And there's a few things that we probably won't be able to change short term. So I have no illusion that all of a sudden we put demographic growth on its head. Okay, so some of these things you have to take as a given. Some of them, like the high labor cost, for example, are also part of what I call the social compact in Europe. So this is not something that short term is going to change. But two stand out that I think need urgent attention. One is regulation. We talked so much about AI this morning, and here you see the EU sometimes regulating something before you understand it. So clearly, you know, we have to take a step back here, take it slower, and also peel back some of the over-regulation that has already happened. And the other one, let's put on the table, is energy cost. Energy cost, especially after the start of the Ukraine war, has been driving a lot of industry outside of Europe and a lot of future spending to other locations. And we have to take a good, new, fresh look at our energy mix. We got to be real about how long the green transition really will take, because I think there's some illusions out there. And I'm a full supporter of the green transition, but let's be realistic about how long it takes. It took 150 years to build the modern day fossil fuel powered economy. Let's not pretend to ourselves in 10 years we turn the whole thing green. Okay, by the time we'll be done, if we don't course correct now, a lot more industry will be gone. And that's why I think a dose of realism on these two would improve the investment case for Europe a lot.
Okay, and just on those points, I mean, obviously there has been a huge advancement if you look at the energy mix in European countries of renewables over the past 10 years. So there is progress. Similarly, on some of those regulatory issues, what the EU is calling it simplification drive, we've seen changes to certain regulations as well. Are you optimistic? Do you see signals that perhaps this message is getting through?
Remember the old motto from Top Gun? I feel the need for speed. Okay, so everything is pointing in the right direction. Let's get going. Speed, speed, speed.
It's good. We've had Churchill quoted and Top Gun, so I feel like all our cultural markers now. The other aspect of this, and this was the last question that I asked to Bruno Le Maire as well, was about risk appetite and trying to create the culture of investors in Europe, which is more a culture of savers as well. Marnie, I'm interested in your perspective on this. I mean, how long is that journey if you try to encourage people to take money out of their savings accounts and put it into investments?
I think it's very long. I would say that I would prefer a Swiss pension over a 401k plan. Everybody in Switzerland who has a pension, you know, can retire at an age and live nicely, and that's not the case in the US. And 401k is really what created retail investors. I think having said that, there is a lot of money in Swiss pension plans. So I think if we could allocate 1% to 5% to Swiss or European growth companies, that would be a huge step forward. So it would take between, you know.
UK is trying to do that.
And Australia's done it, Norway's done it. They've done it very successfully. I'm not saying, you know, let's allocate 25% to growth companies, but I think that alone, you know, solves the problem of then companies needing to go to the US for Series B or C. You have the wealth in Switzerland, in the pension funds, with the Middle East investors. And so it's really just about maybe redirecting the wealth that's there. I think, sure, there should be a path for individual investors, and Swissquote and other companies are on that path and trying to get folks to focus, but I'd rather see the focus on the pension fund reallocation.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Lars, I suppose the flip side is there is, again, quite a lot of wealth in the markets in the UAE as well. And how, I suppose, can you give us a sense of what the questions around investment culture are and where the opportunities might be that perhaps money from your region may also be tied into capital raising elsewhere?
Look, I think at the heart of Islamic finance and Islamic culture is actually the idea of risk-taking. They don't like, well, the concept of interest is anathema. So it's inbuilt in the culture to get rewarded for taking risk. In terms of where the capital is deployed, more and more you see the capital being deployed in the region. And therefore, what I do see is, and you mentioned having partnerships, that is actually one of the big building blocks is, okay, you're never going to reach scale by yourself, but really building partnerships, whether it is sort of SAPA agreements with various countries or technical agreements. I mean, we have a lot of technical agreements in terms of bringing AI in, energy. You mentioned energy and the cost of energy. I mean, this is clearly one of the big competitive advantages is the cheap energy and building of data centers. So this is really where the deployment is going to be. I think the other thing you haven't really talked about as an alternative to the US, but there is this real push of the global south to, I mean, I heard earlier sort of the de-dollarization being mentioned. Now, this is not going to happen, you know, as a revolution, but it will happen incrementally, and there will be a reallocation naturally, you know, in terms of there's a lot of Chinese money obviously invested in Europe, invested in the US. When I go and talk to investors in China, there is a definite reallocation that is starting to happen, and it takes time, but it will happen. And we have to create alternatives. And it doesn't mean you have to be in competition, but you can create sort of more partnerships and more collaboration across the various capital markets, because everybody has a little bit of expertise. You talk about comparative advantage. Everybody has some comparative advantage. I mean, in the Middle East, we have energy. We have, as I say, this Islamic financing culture. We have a real push on the AI and the technology side of things, and very open-minded. And it's AI first, and then you go into. So this really provides a lot of opportunity for sort of growing and collaboration.
I want to come back to you for a final thought as well. I mean, a lot of the conversations we had this morning has talked about the importance of clear rule of law, rules-based order, and the idea of there being a kind of a standard that you can adhere to. How do we learn from the trade experience in trying to build more cross-border initiatives, more international cooperation and finance?
Yeah, I think there's 2 points I would make. One related to the points that the others have made, which I think are really important on capital. It's not just a question of where it's coming from, but what it's spent on, and that touches on industrial policy. And there's been a lot of work by economists rethinking the idea of industrial policy. Does it work? Does it not? It's always, for a long time, had a bad name. It's a little less that way now, and part of the reason is the aim is not to pick winners, but rather to find market failures that could rationalize industrial policy. And a good example of that is supply chains, and the idea that if I have a segment of the supply chain and I'm investing in resilience, I am thinking about maybe double sourcing for my own part of the supply chain, but I'm not really internalizing, if I fail, what happens to the downstream. That's somebody else's business, or at least another division. And that's a market failure that would suggest that firms are not necessarily investing in enough resilience, and governments may need to direct investment toward that resilience. So that's a policy of industrial policy that needs capital, and I think that is the kind of thing that is really the right way of thinking about it. And then from the WTO's perspective, the really great question is the rules. If all governments in the ideal world are trying to do that, how do governments get together and make sure that they're not imposing undue costs on each other when they are trying to do the industrial policy to get a particular segment of the industry? That, I think, is a huge issue that the WTO members are grappling with right now.
The question of the level playing field and how to create it for everyone. Thank you to you all very much. Very interesting discussion on capital markets and how that contributes to competitiveness. Thank you all very much, and thank you to the panelists. We have a short break now for 15 minutes, and we'll be back with a discussion about energy, AI, and the shifting shape of infrastructure. We'll talk to you then.
By the city of angels fighting demons alone. I could fly over middle America, get you back in my arms. We said we could go back, stick the pin in the map and call it off. Baby, you'll never know, 'cause I'm higher than the stars. You're the reason I'm not sleeping, wondering why I'm falling apart in LA, baby. You're wasted, pretending that it's over. Nothing also fading, California's over. There was a rush of light, don't forget. Always comes back in the morning. Doesn't matter if I'm New York, wasted, California's over. I gave you my coat. Your lips already making me jealous of your cigarette smoke. Wish there was a rush in my head, and we forget. Always comes back in the morning. Wish there was a drug I could take. Fill up this late. Just let me go through the motions, yeah. Doesn't matter if you're wasted, California's sober. Doesn't matter if you're wasted, California's sober. Doesn't matter if you're wasted, and it's over. Doesn't matter if you're wasted, California's sober.
Hand me down my back. Hurry now and don't be late, 'cause we ain't got time to chat. You and me, we're going out, catch the latest sound. Guaranteed to blow your mind so high you won't come down. Oh, get it on, prepare yourself for the man, you'll never heard the sound like man, go down, lose control. Man, start to jam. Let's do this out of sight. Yep, he does. Seems to come out right. Once I went to hear them play at a club outside of town. I was so surprised, I was hypnotized by the sound his cat put down. When I saw this short fat guy with a band between his toes. Hey, I laughed so hard, cause the band got down when it finally reached his nose. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the man. You ever heard the sound like a man? Man, you're bound to lose control. One man, I'm the jam. Can't go back. Keep on your mind. And all of you just keep the time. Where the world did he learn that? Oh, Lord. Huh. Oh, I'm getting away. Oh, man. Whoa. What you just do you think we can stand? So much rhythm, grace, and debonair with one man? Oh. And then it hit the girl that quickly left to his knee, got the feeling in his head, y'all. Oh, come on, baby. Won't you have yourself? Oh, he's a man. And top scenes out a rubber band and man, a rubber band man, get down, all down the.
Alien abduction. Wednesday, none of that matters at all. You say she had it coming, point blank, right there in her car. Maybe it made you feel something. Maybe you should have just stayed at home. We watched, saw that it was murder, point blank. But it's bleeding and tearing me apart. Name was Alex Preddy. Make up the story that you need in your head. We watched, saw that it was murder, point blank. But it's bleeding in my heart. Tearing me apart. Oh, talk about nothing. Talk about nothing at all. You call and ask me how I'm doing. Don't ask.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified, kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. I grew strong, and I learned how to get along, and so you're back, strong on the face. I just walked in to find you here with that look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd known for just 1 second, you'd be back to bother me. Lord, now, Lord. in the pieces of my broken heart. And I spent all so many nights sorry for myself. I used to cry. But now I hold my head up high and you see me. Somebody new. I'm that chained up little person in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in and just expecting to be free. Well, now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Lord, now, Lord. Oh, Lord. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to crush me with his bite? You just got rumbled. You just got laid out and died. I will survive. And as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Oh, oh, now, no. Oh, no, no. Turn around now. Don't come anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to crush me with the spine? You got rumbled. You got laid down and died. I will survive. You're not welcome anymore. But you were the one who tried to crush me with fire. You got crumbled. You just got laid down and died. Not I. I will survive. And as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I've got all my life to live, and I've got so much love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. I will survive.
Even this moment might slip away. Sometimes I can't relate in a world that goes too slow. I took one look at you and I knew what I had to do. We could follow the rules, take our time, play it cool, but you gotta know. Baby, how about you? Got me falling, baby. Oh, the stars are shining, and the planets are aligning. Just call it perfect timing. Do you feel my heart racing? Let's say we stand up and try just keep with the beat. And you and I make perfect sense. I see the signs and I'm convinced that this is true. Let me give you a chance that you'll never forget, and that's your proof. Stop the shining, the planets are aligning. Just follow finding you blue. Do you feel my heart racing? Let's say we set up and try just keep up with the speed.
all in, baby. How about you? Got me all in, baby, over the moon. Tonight the stars are shining, the planets are aligning. Just call it perfect timing, finding your blue. I'm all in, baby. How about you? Got me all in, baby, over the moon. The stars are shining, the planets are aligning. Just call it perfect timing, finding your blue. You feel my heart racing, let me try. Just keep breath with the speed.
Was a good friend of mine.
Sven, you also have
Said, but I was fine.
Audio ist das so.
A sound check, sound check. Yep. Is it good? Is it working? Okay. Waiting for the sign.
Don't have my fun. I'm a rider, straight shoot.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. And let's see if the microphone is on. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And can you believe it? Good afternoon. Isn't that crazy? Let's see if we can get the microphone up a little bit so everybody can hear us and vice versa. Okay, I hope you all had a very relaxing and energetic break. My name is Peter Vanham. I am the editor-in-chief of The Circle, and it's my pleasure to now moderate the best panel of this morning session on the most exciting and sexy topic, infrastructure. And I can see you're all just as excited about that as I am. It's my pleasure to be joined on stage by two panelists that are experts in this field. I will introduce you in a moment, and then we'll also be joined virtually but live online by Dr. Ayman Al-Muttari, who is the Vice Minister of Commerce of Saudi Arabia and the CEO of the Competitiveness Center there. I'm curious if you can already see her. I cannot yet, so I am very curious what's going to happen if I'm going to turn back. Is it going to happen? Excellent. Okay, what I'll do is we'll start with the conversation with Dr. Ayman. I will sit here, Dr. Ayman. I'm sorry that it will look as if I'm facing my back to you. I promise you that's not intentional, but that way everybody in the audience gets the best view. So let's welcome virtually Dr. Ayman Al-Muttari. Dr. Ayman, you know what? It is a little bit awkward, so I am going to stand up, and I am going to, and I'm going to look at you, Dr. Ayman. You know, we're going to speak here about the shifting shape of infrastructure and how, in today's world, infrastructure is no longer just about roads and ports, and dare I say, pipelines. And how it's now all about AI infrastructure and data and all of these things. And can you believe it? Just as we are about to make this big claim that infrastructure is changing, it turns out that one of the most important pieces of infrastructure in the world is the pipeline that you have in Saudi Arabia that connects essentially the two sides of the country. So let me ask you, Dr. Ayman, what can you tell us about traditional infrastructure versus that new infrastructure? What is the importance today of having that traditional infrastructure, roads, ports, pipelines, and you name it, versus that new infrastructure? And welcome to you again.
Thank you very much, Peter. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
And thank you for inviting me to join you. And I'm very, very jealous that I'm not with you. But unfortunately, I couldn't make it this time. I promise I will next year. So I think you've asked this question in the right time, especially during this period of time in the Gulf region where tensions are happening. But we always say that we actually make a lot of opportunities out of certain risks or maybe certain disruptions in the region. And geopolitics are not new to us in the region, but every time anything like that happens, we take opportunity in more developments. Let me just start initially by just mentioning that in the past, countries usually competed, when they compete on efficiency of supply chains, they compete on how quickly and cheaply they could move goods. Today, competitiveness is all about resilience, I think. You know, you could actually have all the infrastructure that you can and you have. But if you cannot move goods, you cannot reach places, then you don't have very resilient supply chains. Saudi Arabia, as you all know, a lot of you actually have visited and know about Vision 2030. We have actually anticipated the shift early in the infrastructure development under the leadership of our Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Vision 2030, we invested not only in the growth of the infrastructure, but how resilient the infrastructure is going to be. Saudi Arabia today, and especially during the crisis time, we have depended a lot on the ports that are on the west side of Saudi Arabia. So we have around Saudi Arabia 11 ports, 29 airports, more than 5,000 kilometers of railways. and many integrated logistic zones, more than 20 logistic zones, connecting maritime with air and rail and road networks. We also developed, very important during this time, the bonded zones, where we can actually ship all the goods that come from the ports in the western region of Saudi Arabia to the Gulf, to our neighboring Gulf countries. So we were not only able to be resilient as a country in Saudi Arabia to supply our goods, but we actually helped 5 other Gulf countries to do the same. And it was very seamless, and we were very proud of it. So we reduced also, very importantly, so there is the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure, the soft infrastructure, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit later, but also the regulatory infrastructure is very important. In 2017, custom clearance used to take us around 12 days to clear any goods. Today, it's only 2 hours, and we're pushing the boundaries to half an hour. And these are some of the reforms that we have worked on in the past few years during the development of the vision. But you asked a very important question. We said, when we launched our vision, we said that we want to diversify the economy away from oil and gas, but yet we have still had to depend on oil and gas, so we can do this shift to more diversified economy. So we kept our infrastructure, especially the pipeline, that actually moved around 7 million barrels per day of oil from east to west. So maybe this is with the energy that you were talking about and the resilience of that pipeline as well.
Can I just ask, Dr. Ayman, if you put that into figures, we heard about the disruption of the oil and gas trade and transport that happened, of course, in the past few months. Can you put that resilience into numbers when it comes to Saudi Arabia? Just how resilient has your transport internal has been versus what it was pre-war, let's say?
Yeah, well, I don't have exact numbers, to be honest. The whole of the government was working on all of these changes on the supply chain movement. So, as I said, all ports were functioning on the western region, but also in the eastern region, because we still have transformed all goods to the Gulf. And we were doing like a shuttle ships to distribute to the rest of the region, the Gulf region, as well as all the trucks that were moving through the roads. But the exact numbers of all of that, I personally did not calculate it. I'm sure the Ports Authority will have numbers. I'm sure the Ministry of Transportation will have numbers. But I can tell you from a Ministry of Commerce perspective, all my goods, and I will talk about it maybe in the next question, all the goods that are with the suppliers, we integrated with their systems in the warehouses, and we can read directly to see the shifts in the storage of these supplies. And I can tell you there was absolutely no reduction of these goods in all of these warehouses.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And of course, a sign it sort of puts into practice what resilience means like today and what it means to be able to shift when circumstances change. Now, we did speak about infrastructure itself changing. And of course, you already mentioned Vision 2030, which we all know. Now, me being a layman on this front and not being very knowledgeable, I always thought it was about things like NEOM and about actual hard infrastructure. But it turns out that, of course, a big part of it has also been, as you said, to diversify the economy, particularly also when it comes to the next revolution, which is the AI data revolution. Can you tell us a little bit more about where you are with Vision 2030 on that part of the infrastructure transition?
Peter, as I mentioned at the beginning, we said we're going to develop hard infrastructure, but also soft infrastructure. So what we have done, we've invited all the big players and data centers, cloud services. We have the Amazon, we have Alibaba, we have Google. They have established their headquarters in Saudi Arabia and their regional data center hubs in Saudi Arabia. So, and during this time, in the past 9 years or so, we have made sure that we develop data, because how are you going to build your AI infrastructure when you don't have any data, automated data points? So there was one whole government entity created called the Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority that was established in 2017. But there was also another authority was responsible for automating all the government services so they become all efficient. So the whole of the government is actually providing all their services electronically. So that's a good base. But as I mentioned, one of the things that we have done after COVID, the Ministry of Commerce have established a supply chain platform where we actually integrated with the systems of the suppliers' warehouses. We can read directly on their strategic storage on all the, initially the essential goods, but now all the goods. But we've expanded that to include all the medications, drugs, all the industrial goods, and all the agricultural goods and others. So we have now all this system which has all this information, but also we took it one step further during this crisis. We've started actually in March, and we used artificial intelligence to develop a platform, a prototype first, and then we quickly converted it into the infrastructure of the ministry, where we have actually linked with the ports and all the Ministry of Transportation Services and the customs. So we know exactly what's coming to which port, and if there are any congestions in any of the ports, we will redirect them using AI, redirect them to the other ports so we don't have any bottlenecks, and we can trace and track all the shipments that are coming and how long does it take them to be cleared from the ports until they get to the warehouses or until they get to our neighboring Gulf countries. So all of this has been actually generated using AI, and the alerts are also generated using AI. And it's going to be, I think, one of the first platforms in the world for supply chain using AI.
It sounds absolutely fascinating, and I want to thank you for telling us more about that, because I think, if I guess correctly, that many of us are indeed not so aware as we have been until now about what Vision 2030 means and just how broad its applications are. So, Dr. Ayman, I want to thank you for your contribution. Thank you for joining us live virtually. This was a very nice experience, wasn't it? To be able, we really almost felt like we were in your beautiful office. We're in a nice place as well, so we're fine. But thank you for.
Can I just leave you with one comment?
Yes, please.
I think everyone deserves a tap on the shoulder. And this morning, IMD tapped us on the shoulder, and we actually improved our ranking in the IMD competitiveness report from last year to this year. We've jumped 4 more places to become number 13 on the competitiveness ranking among 70 countries. So we moved from 39, ranked 39 2017, and today it was announced that we actually ranked 13. So thank you all for tapping us on the shoulder. We
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you to all the audience. Thank you so much. I hope to see you in Saudi Arabia, all of you. You're invited.
Well done, and thank you again for joining us. We look forward to seeing you in person next time, or if you ever want to invite us to Saudi Arabia, we'll be happy to come there too. Thank you once again, Dr. Ayman. Okay, and then it is time for the continuation of our panel, and I would like to now call to the stage, both Virginie Darbo of Holcim and Maxine Gavi of Hitachi Energy. Welcome. And now we get to sit, which I'm happy about. If only we could take off our jacket, right? Which we will do after this, I'm sure. Okay, I wanted to talk to you. We wanted to talk to you, Maxine and Virginie, because you are really sitting in 2 of those companies that are central to how infrastructure is evolving. Maxine, you are leading Hitachi Energy right here in the region, in I believe Europe and EMEA, the entire macro region, let's say. And Virginie, of course, you are the Chief Strategy and M&A Officer of Holcim. I believe one of your big projects was actually to do perhaps not an M&A, but a de-M&A in the past year or so. We'll talk about that. Now, I said, your 2 companies are central to this infrastructure transition, let's say. Maxine, I want to start with you. You know, one of the big things that is happening, of course, as the importance of data and AI is increasing in the economy at large, is that we need more electricity. And that means, of course, that we need a grid that can handle electricity, and of course, we need energy generation. Could you tell us a little bit, what is the size of this challenge, and to what extent are economies in general able to meet this challenge today?
First of all, thanks very much for having me here and really talking about one of my favorite topic and what I do for a living every day. Look, the challenge, first of all, it's really big. And when we're talking about the need for electricity, it isn't just about data centers. It isn't about the age of AI. It's about the age of electricity. We have electrification of industry. We have data centers. We have electrification of transport. All of that combining are putting a lot of stress on the grid, and certainly the demand for electricity is increasing. And frankly, it's not about generation. In Europe, for example, we have a mix of generation. We've been building out generation quite a bit, and a big portion of that has been in renewables. However, generating electrons without moving them from the point of generation to the point of consumption means nothing, which is why we pay so much in Europe for curtailment and grid congestion. In 2024 alone, there was about 9 billion euros that was spent on grid congestion. So if we look at generation, we have.
I'm going to pretend like I know what that means, Maxine, and let you go on with your point.
I'll come back and maybe I'll just reverse that a little bit. Let me start with some of the more maybe clear data points. If you look at generation in Europe, in 5 countries in Europe, we have 800 gigawatt of renewables, solar and wind, and 500 gigawatt of energy storage, which allows flexibility for the grid and really makes the grid more resilient to take on more generation. They're waiting to be connected. Now, 800 megawatts can power 700 million households. That's 2x United States.
And enough for Europe too.
And absolutely. So it isn't really about generation. It's about the underinvestment we have had in the grid, which we're trying to catch up. And of course, when there's limited access to electricity to grid connection, that has a huge impact on Europe's competitiveness. And it was mentioned in a panel earlier before the break that we have not been competitive, and part of the reason is cost of electricity. And the truth is, we can actually have a resilient, sustainable energy system in Europe that's also affordable. But that really takes certain criteria to come together and stakeholders come together to make it happen.
Right. And so, I mean, I find this at least surprising because I did think that a big part of why Europe's energy is so expensive is because there's not enough supply, and you're telling us, no, this is absolutely not the case, but it's sort of a problem of connecting the supply to where the demand is. Now, what does it then take when you say bring together the stakeholders? What does it concretely take? What needs to change on the grid to solve this problem?
It's definitely not the technology. That's not the bottleneck because the technology is here and it's been proven. Number one, we need to have, as Europe, we need to stop thinking about a single country, but really look at it as a continent. We need interconnection across the countries, across borders to actually be more effective. For example, if you have excess of wind in one country, you can actually transport it to another country that doesn't have the solar at that time. So it's just you're able to balance the systems. So we need to have more of a holistic view and the countries coming together to really work together on the interconnections. We need to have policies that enable permitting. So permitting, nobody really thinks about, but if you want to have a substation working in 2030, you need to have that permit today. And today, permitting is one of the biggest bottlenecks that we have across Europe.
So it's quite obvious from where you sit that part of the answer for the European economies, at least, to become more competitive, especially when it comes to infrastructure and more specifically when it comes to energy, is to have basically more Europe, more interconnections between the European markets so that electricity can flow from where it is to where it needs to be.
Yes, we're okay on generation. We need to do more on the grid. We need to build out new grid. We need to interconnect the grids, but we also have the ability to access the existing grid and release somewhere between 20 and 40% of capacity that's already there. And this is through grid modernization, through digital capabilities. So there's all of these coming together can actually enable Europe to be competitive, reduce the cost of electricity, and absolutely be competitive.
Right. Now, of course, this challenge of having more electricity is a challenge that is global and that frankly, has been around, I suppose, since before we all were born. I would say when you say the age of electricity is here, I'm sure that, 120 years ago, Edison in New York, he sort of said perhaps the exact same thing. So when you look at the global picture, is it the same story everywhere? Do we need the same kinds of solutions to sort of enter that age of electricity?
Absolutely. Look, we need the generation mix everywhere because not across the globe, different parts of the world have access to different sources of energy for generation. It has become about moving the electrons, right? And that's a global topic. Data centers in the US, right now, the biggest installations, deployment of data centers are happening in the US, and they're also running into a similar problem. It is about connection to the grid. Now, what this has also created, to be fair, especially being a supplier of grid components and products, we have a supply chain issue because for decades, there was no spend on grid equipment. In fact, before COVID, we were looking at closing down factories that build transformers. Now, everybody knows what a transformer is, or maybe they don't know what it is. But they know that the
I'm
grid.
the worst moderator for this session. And I even came to visit your plants here in Zurich, and I probably stood by a transformer. And yet, don't mind me. Everybody else knows what you're talking about.
Let's just say it's one of the key grid components that, in fact, the large power transformers, the invention was in Switzerland. So our history really dates back to about more than 100 years ago here. But the point is that we also have a supply chain issue, and as a company, we have invested $9 billion from 2020 through 2027, and we're still having a capacity issue in the market. So there are different bottlenecks that we're also trying to address. So we're at the juncture of different industries coming together, increasing the demand for electricity all at the same time and very quickly. And we're also at the point where we're trying to build as much capacity as possible to address this need, both in terms of equipment supply, but also people.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Maxine. And I was thinking two things as you were making this final point. One is that $9 billion in 8 years ago, that sounded like a lot of money. Today, it sounds like cents on the Swiss franc, the way inflation is going, but I'm sure it's still a lot of money. And the other thing I was thinking, and this is just to sort of make a small point that has nothing to do with our panel. I was looking at your watch, which is not an electronic watch, but it's a mechanical watch. So I guess there's still room, even in the age of electricity, for old school Swiss watches. Virginie, I don't
have a watch. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. I'm wearing the Mondaine one, on the Swiss trains to make sure we run on time. Virginie, so you represent another side of this infrastructure transition, which is really the physical infrastructure, but enabling that this new era can start. I know that you are building a lot of infrastructure around those data warehouses with Holcim, materials construction company, of course, leading in the world. Now, you did something very peculiar last year because Holcim used to be the global leader, including in the United States. You were doing a lot of this construction for that new infrastructure in the United States. And then you, as chief M&A officer, said, you know what, let's forget about that US part and let's spin that off. And you actually did that. Tell us about the drivers, the business drivers behind that decision, and what that tells us about the different speed and shape of infrastructure transition in the US and the rest of the world.
So indeed, actually, a year ago, it was on the 23rd of June last year, Holcim spun off its North American business, which is now a separate company called Amrize. And behind that decision, of course, it was not something that you take overnight, lengthy between the executive committee and the board. And actually, the North American business and economy was driven by different trends, dynamics, governance, markets than Europe and the rest of the world. And for Holcim, this business was too big to be managed as a subsidiary driven by a Swiss-based headquarters. So given this different strategic direction, and it was actually a better operation to have two separate companies so that then the capital allocation for the future investment could be driven by different dynamics.
Right.
So that has happened, and this has actually concluded to be a very good transaction. I hope many of you are shareholders of Holcim here, and you would see the great value that it has created also for the shareholders. So
if you can just say a little bit more about that. My understanding, but by now you understand I'm a very simple person. My understanding was that the driver in the US was volume. Basically, this AI revolution is taking off. You know, they're building all of the warehouses that they can build. So you just need more materials. You just need to get them there fast, and whatever it takes, and you get it done. Whereas in Europe and parts of the rest of the world, you know, it's sort of the consideration of like, hey, we need this to be sustainable, we need this to be quality, was more of a driver, and therefore you had two completely different drivers, and it was better to have a different business.
Indeed, two different, but yet also here in Europe, we are, I mean, Mr. Le Maire was commenting that today we want to be less and less dependent from the US and many other parts of the world. And there are a lot of investments here in Europe on data centers as well, and on energy transition. And those energy are more renewable as well. So we don't have the drill, baby, drill policy, but we have more renewable and nuclear type of policies here in Europe. So still, there is a lot of demand. And a couple of weeks ago, SoftBank just committed to a big investment, $75 billion for data centers in the north of France. That's massive, and this has to be built. And same on energy transition. We have a lot of projects where we are involved into, for example, in your country, in Belgium, there is...
Thank you for the shout out to Belgium. One of the biggest declines in the competitiveness ranking was my country of Belgium. Something positive to say about Belgium, please.
Yes, something positive. Actually, in Belgium, 45 kilometers away from the border, we are building a new artificial island, so an energy island called Princess Elizabeth Island, and it will be like a float, I mean, an infrastructure of energy collection and generation that is in the sea. So we have new ways and we are providing here, it will be like big caisson, like big concrete structure that will be hosting this new energy island. So we have a lot of innovation in Europe, and that's actually what is driving a lot of our discussion in the company, because the infrastructure are being different. Another example, we recently partnered with a company called BW Ideal. What they do in the southern of France or in the northern of Scotland, they have floating windmill. So believe it or not, concrete can float. So that's the what you will learn today. And it's a completely innovative structure of floating windmill that will generate, you know, a lot of power. So here in Europe, what is driving a lot of the decision-making process on investment that, to your point earlier, yes, sustainability still matters a lot. And that's why also in the building material and solutions that we provide to the customers, we have this new infrastructure from data centers to windmills or floating islands have to come with sustainable building materials and solutions. So that is a good driver for decision and innovation. This floating windmill is not something that could have been imagined long time ago.
I thought you were going to say in the United States, but that's another discussion. So you were saying it is possible to manage this transition, whether it comes to the energy transition or the infrastructure transition, even if you have fundamentally different drivers and different interests and concerns. So if you are focused on getting energy from renewable or other sources, that is possible. You can do that on the infrastructure side. And I heard you say it is possible on the energy side. And if you follow, of course, a different formula as countries with a different energy mix or preference might do, well, that is possible too. I'm going to do something thank you for that. It's comforting to hear for those of us who care about, countries that are trying to combine both the energy transition and stay ahead in the AI revolution. I'm going to do something very creative, which you haven't tried yet today, which is I'm going to look at all of you in the audience and see if anyone among you, one person, has a question they want to ask. Now, if you have a question, you have to raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm not going to know.
Yeah. Before the new question is coming, what I want to say is also here in Europe, what is driving a lot the energy is new infrastructure for the new energy, but it's also about spending less energy. And this is where we have a huge opportunity because Europe in particular, the vast majority of the building are existing for many decades or centuries. So it's all about also making those buildings more energy efficient so that we have a better use of the electricity in the
and that's of course the thing that we often forget, that it's also about making sure that you spend best the energy that you do have.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have a question over there, so if you want to stand up and maybe tell us who you are and what your question is.
So I have a very simple question. So my name is Heinrich Hugenschmidt, and thank you for giving the opportunity. There's one big country in the middle of Europe, and there's a lot of discussion about the energy policy there. So what do you think what they are doing with regards to energy infrastructure, electricity pipelines from north to south? What is your view on that? Are they behind? Are they advanced? Should they do more? What could we do better?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Look, this really goes back to what I was mentioning earlier. If you look across Europe, there's a lot of good initiatives that are taking place that help with the energy trilemma, which used to be sustainability, resiliency, and affordability, and now that has kind of rotated a little bit, and it's really more about a resiliency, affordability, and sustainability. And in Europe, inevitably, because of the resources that we have available to us, sustainability is a given when we really proceed with the energy transition. And from our perspective, I go back to the interconnections. Any one country will not be able to address the needs and be competitive on its own. In Europe, we have to have the cross-border interconnections. We need to have the offshore wind farms that are connected across multiple countries. We have great wind in the North Sea, and we have solar in the south. And there's the electrons can move in many different directions. And of course, we also need a lot of the base load like nuclear that we have, and it's also becoming a topic in many countries. So one is that what we have as Europe, as a continent, decide is if we want to go by nationalism or if we want to look at it from a continent perspective and say holistically, this is what the energy transition and energy affordability and resiliency and sustainability is achieved by really planning long-term and having a holistic plan that involves everyone. And one of the key topics, of course, is policies. We're still struggling with policies in Brussels. They're not enabling, and I think someone mentioned earlier, decisions are made and decisions have been made in the past without really fully understanding the consequences. And now we're seeing those consequences and we're trying to address that, but we are not moving fast enough, and we really need to move a lot faster and make it simpler in order to be able to deploy the energy and the electricity that we actually need.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I of course now I started something, right? Now everybody wants to ask a question. I know that the two of you, of course, are here, and we will stay here for a little more time after the session. So while we have to stop the conversation here now, we can continue the conversation outside the room, I hope, with both of you after that. And the good news for those of you based in Zurich, both of you are also based in or near Zurich. So even on that way, we have a way to continue the conversation. For now, I recall from the session, when it comes to competitiveness, infrastructure, yes, is a major challenge, but even for those economies that have been falling back, the problem is not energy generation. The problem doesn't even have to be the price of energy, because we can get that down. We have to be essentially smarter, make sure there's more interconnections, and we can even keep it all sustainable. If only Brussels wouldn't stand in our way. You know what? Next time, before we go to Saudi Arabia, maybe we have to go to Brussels. We'll think about that. But for now, thank you to both of you, Virginie and Maxime.
Thank you.
So with that, we have talked about all of the pillars that define competitiveness. I hope you can recall them. They are, of course, infrastructure, talent, finance, and we talked at length about AI. Now we have to make sense of, okay, we understand what the pillars are, we understand how that translates into economies, but many of us are also business leaders, and so we want to understand what it means for business. We're going to have a conversation with the president of IMD, David Bach, and for CEOs in just a moment. But before that, to frame that conversation, I would like to ask to the floor and to join me right here on stage, Matthias Stauber, the chair of BCG in Europe, the Middle East, South America, and Africa. Welcome.
Thank you, Peter.
Matthias.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for coming to Zurich. Please take a seat. I know that you basically have found Zurich as sort of a midway stop between where you're from and where you work. You're from the north of Italy and you work in Munich. So we're happy to be the midway place where we can meet. I want to ask you, Matthias, if you can make sense of all that we heard this morning, and before we get to the following sessions. I heard in the first instance the big picture that essentially Asian economies are on the rise when it comes to competitiveness. The US is back, at least back in the top 10 of the competitiveness ranking of IMD. And sadly, Matthias, EMESA, Europe, Middle East, South America, and Africa, perhaps not on the winning side. Do you feel any responsibility for that at all? Or what is sort of your big takeaway from like, say, the big picture evolution in competitiveness?
Well, first of all, Peter, thanks for having me. And of course, I take full accountability. So thank you for giving me that. Now, having said that, first of all, I thought it was a great day. I mean, we started off, of course, with hearing from, I would say, the top 4 representatives of the top 4 countries. And I will sort of go back to that very first session to sort of frame the conversation. And I will start by borrowing from the colleague from Singapore, the country that tops the ranking, right? And I think it's helpful to learn from the best, right? And sort of he was asked, right, well, how did you get there, right? And he started off by making sort of the obvious point, of course, it's hard work. That's true, right? But then he made a few interesting points. First, he did point out the importance of innovation. So you do need to continue to renew yourself constantly, right? Number one. Number two, he did point out the importance of trust. So the need to build trusted, reliable institution. And then thirdly, it wasn't him, but it was actually the colleague from the UAE. There was a lot of talk about resilience, right? So in a world that is volatile, in a world that is moving things, resilience is super important. So innovation, trust, resilience, I do think that stands out. If you sort of want to, I guess, be competitive in this world, that's what you need to do, both as a country and then, of course, also it holds true for companies as well, right? I talked to many CEOs. That's sort of what's on the agenda these days.
I think that's right. And we'll hear right after this panel from a couple of those CEOs about how they translate that priority. Of course, we did also speak about the, let's say, poor performance of some economies. It stood out, sad to say, that some of the European economies are on the back footing, especially the large economies, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, all losing ground. What is the takeaway for these economies that are losing ground in this moment, that are not taking the best cues from Singapore or the UAE or the Asian tigers?
Yeah, so indeed, I think some of the European, Western European companies or countries in particular actually have not performed well. You pointed out Belgium, your home country, my home country, Italy, sort of featured alongside Belgium. So
yes,
again,
together at the bottom of the ranking.
That's exactly right. Now, maybe sort of on a more serious note on that. I guess the problem of European competitiveness is well diagnosed, right? If you look at the last 30 years, labor productivity, just as an indication of competitiveness, is one KPI, right? It was, if you go back to 1995, it was about the same in the US and I would say a subset of Europe or Western Europe, right? Right now, it's 1.5x in the US. So there is a 3-decade period in between where Europe has lost competitiveness. Now, why is that? I guess there have been many reports, the Rari report, the Letter report, sort of lots of detail. But I think if you really boil it down to two things, I think two things really mattered. One is investment, so the capital that has been deployed. And I think on that one, it actually wasn't the amount of capital deployed. So if you look at the two blocks, the amount of capital was about 20-ish% of GDP, right? That has been deployed, but it's the type of capital or where it was being deployed. Whereas sort of in Europe, it was much more on the traditional end, buildings and so on. In the US, a lot, 8 points out of this has been on average deployed on technology. In Europe, that's half, right? So it's not the amount, but it's where it has been deployed. And I think that was much more effective in the US. And the second thing that is behind that is, of course, the labor market. The US, they do have a much more flexible labor market. And that absolutely helps to foster investment in those areas, but then also foster competitiveness. And of course, to get there, it was said before on many panels before, deregulation would matter, capital market union would matter. So that's how you would direct the investments into the right areas. That's how you would get the labor market more flexible. So this is, I would say, I would say from a fact-based perspective, well-diagnosed problem.
Right, that's sort of where the issue lies, and then we sort of get an indication also from certain speakers at this summit. We heard, for example, about Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. You know, maybe a couple of years ago, some people might have been sort of critical of that and said, well, is that really going to happen? Are they really going to diversify their economy? Are they going to truly invest in other industries? And it sounds like they have. At least the facts absolutely bear it out. Saudi Arabia is on the rise, whereas other economies may not be. Europe invested perhaps too much in stones, in real estate, in very stable industries, and not enough in new industries, in innovations and technologies. Now, how do we change that? How do we actually get to better outcomes for those economies globally and also in Europe that are not doing so well now?
Yeah, so I think it's you're right. The real question is the how, right? It's not so much it's not so much a what question. I spoke about the what before. There's actually on the what I would say a high degree of consensus. So the real question is how do you get there, and how do you also take the population along with that, right? On critical choices to be made along that. And so as BCG, we do regularly sort of survey both decision makers and also citizens on sort of some of those critical choices and trade-offs. And on that, how I think I just wanted to point or play back three, I would say, areas where trade-offs I think are needed, right? One area of trade-off is it a question of now in Europe, more Europe, or less Europe, right? And you would think sort of after Brexit and so on, and with some, I guess, also of the, I would say, more populist direction in certain countries, that maybe on citizens' mind, there is lots of momentum for less Europe, and on decision makers, it's the other way around. In fact, that's not the case. In fact, that's not the case. More than 80% of citizens and more than 80% of decision makers are aligned that more Europe is the answer. A bit like Maxine also said it before, right? On energy infrastructure, people do understand that that's the answer. But I will make an important nuance here. And people do not trust as much existing institutions. So this is the existing EU institutions and so on. So it may well need sort of a different set of institutions to get it done. A little bit like, which was said before also on the investment panel, maybe it's the E6 and not the 27 of Europe that drives this forward. So
this is the Europe of two speeds, the coalition of the willing when on the economic reform front.
Yes. Absolutely. Right.
Going back to that, that's one part of the...
That's one part of the equation, right? So it is really sort of trade-off number one, more or less, right? And I think it's clearly more, but sort of with a maybe different set of institutions. The second one is what pace, right? Do you go for more incremental? Do you go for more transformational? And again, I think you would think, well, look, maybe citizens are a bit afraid, right? You would go slower. In fact, that's not the case. More than 80% of citizens also would support a more transformative angle, even if you confront them with what this potentially would mean, right? So I do think there is an agenda, I think, for transformative change. In fact, it's, if you look at the data being asked for. And then lastly, there is the question, of course, yes, there is the sort of more Europe, less Europe. There is the question sort of the speed, but then there's of course a question, who does all of this, right? And if you ask people sort of, who do you trust there? It's interesting. People do call for, I would say, a generation of more pragmatic leaders, right? People would appreciate the involvement of business leaders, right? It's also, if you go more nuanced in the questions, I do think people acknowledge that the job of politicians is hard, right? So I think on the who, if you really carefully look at the data, I do think it has to be a coalition of many, right? A coalition of experts, a coalition of, I would say, seasoned leaders, and absolutely people also appreciate that it's not that easy to be a politician these days and move things forward. So I think on the who side, I think really a broad.
I'd love to hear that, especially as a former World Economic Forum soldier. Yeah. The multi-stakeholder coalition is the answer. I think that's a wonderful note to end on. Matthias, I want to thank you for that analysis and for setting us up in an amazing way.
Absolutely.
For putting in front of their responsibility, of course, the business leaders, because you said they're going to have to do it. So David, do you take the challenge? Are you going to challenge the business leaders about their responsibility? How can they make it happen? Let's see. It is now time for the next panel, the final one before lunch, the view from the top, decision-making under structural uncertainty, led, of course, by the president of IMD, David Bach, and joined by four distinguished leaders, Andreas Berger, Lars Sandal Sørensen, Fred Hu, and Hajar Alafifi. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to ask all of you to join. I've been told to be on this side, so we're going to have to cross paths here. Please. All right. There you go. I'm here. Okay. There you go. The foldable chair. Thank you. All right, terrific. So we are going to wrap up this exciting set of conversations this morning by hearing from CEOs who lead across regions, who have a sense of how these dynamics play out on the ground. And we're actually going to start by returning to the ranking this morning. So I would love to just get your reactions to this. We've seen some of the policymakers have to answer questions about the performance of their economy in the ranking. When you saw these numbers, and I think we shared them with you yesterday, you got a sneak peek. What were some of your reactions? Does this fit with the way you're thinking about where competitiveness is located? Ajay, maybe I can start with you. OCP, of course, an incredibly important company, accounts for 10% of Morocco's economy, a quarter of its exports. but you're active across Africa, which you lead. You're active in many parts of the world. When you see these numbers, does that resonate with the way you think about where competitiveness is located?
Thank you, Dave. Allow me to first thank IMD for convening this invitation, for having me in this esteemed panel, and for doing this summit just after the release of the Global Competitiveness Ranking. I think a lot has been said in the morning, and we heard it from much bigger professionals than myself, countries that have good institutional foundations, clear policies, and ability to attract long-term investment have a growing advantage. Of course, we also have seen Africa in there, and Africa has not been spoken about a lot, so I'd like to take a delve into Africa, and I was chuffed having the sneak peek to see 6 African countries out of the 70. That is not a bad start, and what really amazed me the most is that some of these are now ranking top 50, some have advanced plus 10 points. It reminded me that competitiveness is not static, and that you can move up and down the ladder, and we never know where Africa is going to land in the coming 10 or 20 years. So growth mindset is so important as opposed to a fixed mindset when it comes to competitiveness. It also speaks of transition. Africa as a continent is in transition. Some are making it up and some are coming. So the question, therefore, is not whether we want to play in Africa, but how can we play in Africa? And if I'll go a little bit closer to my domain, because that's domain I can, have some credibility around. If we zoom out, by 2050, we will become 10 billion as a population. 10 billion mouths that needs to be fed. Imagine millions of tonnages of food that needs to be put on plates every day. Well, Africa holds 60% of the world's arable land. So by the law of mathematics, we will feed all these mouths only if Africa contributes in agriculture, in food security, and in food sovereignty to the entire world. So where to play is clear, therefore comes how to play. For Africa to advance its competitiveness, we need to build more agricultural robust systems, more value chains end-to-end, including finance, mechanization. As of today, Africa continues to import food when it must become a net exporter. And the moment you speak of ecosystems and value chains in agriculture, you need reforms, but you also need partnerships. And in Africa, if I may add, you need a little bit of leap of faith. You need to invest. And so here the call is for capital ahead of the opportunity. And just like Asia was that bubble that has made it, I believe Africa is an opportunity in waiting.
I love how you pointed on Andreas when you said we need capital. So Andreas, as CEO of Swiss Re, first of all, thanks again for hosting us here. I appreciate how that you said long-term perspective, right? In Swiss Re, of course, things very much about long-term macro change. What was your reaction to the rankings? How do you think about competitiveness globally today?
Yeah, first of all, great to be here. It feels like I'm sitting in front of my global leadership meeting. So as we're hosting here, and so very happy to do so. And it resonates what you were saying about Africa. But I was born in Rwanda and grew up in Rwanda, but also had part of the Northern Hemisphere in me. So competitiveness in Rwanda, I think that goes well together. But from a Swiss Re perspective, when I looked at it, yes, makes sense. But I think we're missing one point here. It's not just about pure competitiveness, because it's not about efficiency and doing things right. It's about resiliency and competitiveness. So it's not about creating pure stability. It's creating the resilience that makes you navigate choppy waters, navigate uncertainty, disruption. And that's exactly where we come in to say, we are the backstop. We have a societal role to play in our industry because we make sure that our clients and ultimately the end customers are more resilient. And it happens when you understand actually your exposures, what can happen to you. And I'll always bring back the concept of ownership of risk. Don't shift the burden. It's your risk. In the panel before, we've got two formidable companies who we work with in partnership very closely, who really have understood it and embraced it. So it's not about only stabilizing what you have, it's anticipating, looking into the future. Use the tools that are available and get to better decision making, because resiliency means uncertainty, navigating uncertainty, and have better decision making, CapEx decisions that are based on facts and scenario plannings, etc. I could go on this. So I'm happy that Switzerland is number 3. I think it could be better. We started a campaign now here in Switzerland where leaders also express their views on Switzerland, and the positioning is called Vision 2035. And it is about making Switzerland the best country. Maybe number 1 on the ranking, Singapore. Well done.
Fantastic. This remains dynamic, which is, of course, what we want. Fred, I want to turn to you. Innovation has been a theme in the conversation this morning. Technology, of course, as founder, chairman, and CEO of Primavera Capital Group, you have a front row seat to this. 3 of the top 4 economies in our ranking are based in East Asia and Southeast Asia. Technology has been central to their competitiveness. Other factors, of course, as well. We talked about trust and institution infrastructure. What are these economies getting right when it comes to technology and innovation?
Yes, thank you, David. First of all, congratulations to you and your colleagues for this latest report, which I think has generated a really, really robust discussion. That's great. And also thank you, Andres, for generously hosting this symposium, the Center for Global Dialogue. It's exactly what we need in today's world. Yeah, going to the question, I think the ranking, in a way, not entirely surprising, right? And I think, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, they're all doing so well, which I think to me, I'm active in those geographies. So I think it's make a lot of sense. I should congratulate my colleagues from Singapore for, again, taking the crown, and Steve for Taiwan for the exceptional performance. I'm from Hong Kong. I guess it's not quite appropriate for me to have self-congratulation, but I'm
congratulations.
Thank you.
Do it. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm delighted. David, what do they get right? This is not rocket science. There's no secret sauce to make these economies uniquely successful. I'm just talking about like really common sense, get the basics right, fundamentals right? So you already mentioned a few things, but let's just focus on innovation. So Singapore, invests almost 3% of its GDP in R&D. Taiwan, 4%. Hong Kong slightly lower, but Hong Kong is a service economy, right? Immediate adjacent, only 15 minutes by high-speed train, go to Shenzhen. Shenzhen spends 7% of its GDP on R&D. So that's highest if Shenzhen were a country. Actually, Great Bay as a whole, including Hong Kong, is like G7 economy, in the order of Canada and Italy. But 7% of GDP on R&D, right? That's why they can, generate, develop cutting-edge technologies, whether it's TSMC as the world's dominant manufacturer for advanced nodes of semiconductors, or in Great Bay and in Singapore, these are world-class companies. So innovation obviously is very important. It's the frontier. It's the source of productivity, efficiency again. The ultimate source of competitiveness. And I guess for these economies as a whole, they never stand still. They always reinventing themselves multiple times and continuously. Let me just give one example. Hong Kong, speaking of semiconductors, when Fairchild Semiconductors, which is predecessor of Intel, as the world's pioneer in semiconductors, the first overseas manufacturing site they select is Hong Kong back in 1962.
right? I guess very few people would know that. First ever outside California. But so back then, Hong Kong was still a manufacturing economy, right? Plastic flowers, toys, consumer electronics, textile, and yes, semiconductors. But today, Hong Kong is 90% of the economy services, manufacturing has basically migrated to the north and to Southeast Asia, right? So Hong Kong has even Taiwan, the same, right? TSMC was founded in the early 80s. Before, Taiwan was also a low-cost manufacturing exported economic growth. Today, Taiwan is at the cutting edge of technology. So that's all says that these economies, they are successful because they do not stand still. They embrace change. They keep innovating, keep reinventing themselves.
Wonderful. They don't stand still. Lars, we've discussed quite a bit about Europe, and in the previous discussion, we talked a little bit about the larger European economies that perhaps have fallen a bit behind in comparison, but particularly the smaller open European economies. And of course, you're based in Denmark, one of the best examples in the EU of that kind of an economy. They have traditionally done very well in our ranking. They continue to comprise 4 of the top 10, Denmark leading the pack there with Ireland, the Netherlands, and Sweden. What is it that is going right in these smaller open European economies? And of course, Switzerland is an example of that as well. What can some of the larger economies learn? And what needs to happen in Denmark? What do Danish businesses that you represent have to do to keep up with that competition from Asia and elsewhere in the world?
Thank you, David. That was a big question.
Yes.
A lot of questions in one question.
True.
But and also important, but try to reflect on that is, with all respect of the winning countries here, a lot of respect for that. We are all small countries.
Yeah.
It is easier to drive plans, trust, structures, ambition through smaller countries than it is in very large countries. With all respect.
Yeah.
There are a lot of small countries around the world who's not up there, so a lot of respect for that. But what I note, particularly outside of what these fantastic countries are doing, and we can in Denmark learn from many of you for sure, is have a look at what's happening with China and the US on your list. That's impressive. That's super impressive. Huge, complicated, massive, dominant countries in the world stepping up forward, moving past many other countries, particularly many other European large countries.
Yeah.
That should be noted. And that talks into all the things we've just said around up here, saying already about Europe, but also about the ambition from other parts of the world. And there I would just like to add, you asked what should we do? What should in the top of the list, and what are these particular countries doing? Well, they have a plan. They have a plan. They have an ambitious plan, and they are following through. And they are hungry. I think the 2 problems here in Europe, to make it super simple, is that we're not hungry enough. We haven't realized we have a problem. One, and we're too slow. You talked about speed before. We have the analysis. We know what to do. We know what's wrong. We know what to do, but we don't know how to do it. We have the capital. We have the innovation. We have all the stuff. So that's our challenge in our part of the world. The good news is we have created all the mess ourselves. So we can fix it ourselves. Nobody will fix it for us. So we better get at fixing it. And we're trying to, and we should increase the speed. And just with that being said, maybe just a different angle into our discussion of today with a lot of good insights, I think. And thanks for that. This is about competitiveness of nations. I sit here representing competitiveness of businesses. And there is a difference. Because as business, you can move around the globe where it's best. Normally. Nations, you cannot move around. So this is a bigger problem for nations, citizens, and politicians than it is for business.
Yep.
And I think that notion you need really to grasp. And there's one cross, but there's probably many crosses, but there's one big cross I think that is important to consider here. No big, huge challenges or opportunities, being it energy, being it health, being it use of data, AI, defense, climate change, all these big things that we as countries and as a planet need to fix. None of it can be fixed without cooperation between the public and the private sector. So when you have an infrastructure in a country with high degree of trust and institutions, then you simply have your set up to solve these things better and smarter than others. And I would hope that we will utilize this better in Europe, because then we can be part of solving at an important level globally many more of the world's problems.
I think this is, there were so many good points that you made. You made many more good points than I asked questions before. So, including the importance of collaboration between public and private sector, and we'll come back to that. I want to pick up on one of the points you made, which is about the mobility of capital, the fact that business, of course, does operate globally. And so I'm curious, this is a question for all four of you, and you can, whoever is moved to respond first can do so. To what extent do you look at some of these factors? And I don't mean specifically our ranking, though, of course you should, but these variables when you make capital allocation decisions, right? So when you're thinking about, are we going to build that factory here or there? Are we going to invest there or here? Are we going to increase our exposure to this economy or to businesses in this economy or the other one? To what extent do these factors really come into play as you make business decisions? I don't know who wants to go first.
I mean, I could try to go first because you're touching a very, very important point. This is part of our business model, of the reinsurance business model, because how does it work? We work on the basis of diversification, and the global flow of capital is so critical because the better cost of capital we can give to our customers who then only sit in one territory. Take a US insurance company or a Swiss insurance company, they sit in Switzerland, have to provide capital to the risk that they assume. We are global because the risks are not correlated. You know, if you have a wildfire in the US, in California, it's not correlated to a typhoon somewhere in Asia. And that is the oil in the system that we need. If that is not happening anymore, you put at risk the companies in the individual national territories, and ultimately the end customers, the homeowners, the businesses, communities, schools, etc., that need to be resilient. And this is then becoming a very political discussion. And you have seen it in parts of the world where suddenly the question becomes an affordability question, and people get confused. They say it's an insurability question. I say, no, it's not about insurability, because we just work with data, we model, and we put a price tag on exposure, on risk, unemotional. But if that flow is not happening anymore, that capital flow freely, then the prices will increase. And with the affordability question, you will have the social question suddenly. And we are already there. And regulation is the big topic. So my view is absolutely critical.
Yeah, we need to have that capital mobility. How do you think about that?
Add to what Andres has said. So in our business, of course, we look at the fundamentals, the ease of doing business, the cost of doing business, and these two. So the ease has to increase, the cost has to decrease. And next to that, we look at whether the country has the ability to transform itself. So transformation at the heart of competitiveness is a key component, because in Africa, if you don't put other KPIs next to your robust financial metrics, you hardly will find yourself investing in there. So we have chosen, for example, to have subsidiaries located in Sub-Saharan Africa in 12 countries, West Africa, East Africa, and there the measure of competitiveness is the productivity of a very important person in our discussion, and it's the farmer. someone we often don't think about, whether we're able to provide him with the nutrients his soil needs. Today, we believe that Africa can leapfrog many other countries in terms of digital. So science and agriculture, applying that lens and having a country that allows us to actually digitize the soil, to read the soil, and to predict even the crop is an important indicator. Well, the third thing we look at is definitely predictability, whether that the reforms are there for the long term or whether there will be a yo-yo impact. I will not speak about inflation and currency fluctuation in Africa because this is day-to-day work for us.
Regular business.
And usually it's not going to the direction you would like. So we work hugely with talent. So talent, we look at it from 4 angles. We bring the best, as all of us try to do. But importantly, we work on 2 principles beyond the skills they bring. We have one principle which we call NIA. NIA is the intent or the intention. If the intention is pure, then taking risk, facing conflict, challenge is a good one. And the second one is we call NIFS. NIFS is an owner mindset, meaning that you treat this business like yours. So I have lots of people that are in sub-Saharan Africa, and these 2 measures allows us to really see that the competitiveness is going in the right direction.
Wonderful. And I want to come back to the issue of talent because it is, of course, critical. Lars, you wanted to jump in as well.
Not just mentioning that it really has become very much a competence of dealing with risk.
Yeah.
And opportunity, but very much risk. And how do you deal with something you don't know about? I mean, the core of real risk is that you don't know it's coming. So the core, of course, is to build something that can sustain pushes or being pushed around or shocks, as we said before. And here the organization comes into play. How do you organize for that? How do you build the competences that can deal with that? Because some of it we don't know. And what, if I made just a really good little case that I think encounters most of it, bioscience is really moving now. It's big. We have really good bioscience in Europe and in our particular country, Denmark. Right now, we are investing big time in bioscience. 2 things happening. One, we're moving a lot of that bioscience research and production to the US. We don't want to really, but why are we doing it? One, because it takes in Europe 7 to 8 years to get it approved through the EU in 27 different countries. Forget it, you're out. It takes 2 years in the United States. And the talent is concentrated there. So these bioscience companies, they invest big time there. It's totally unnecessary. So I think you need to deal with these factors. Where can you get talent? Where are the infrastructure in terms of regulation right? And where can you get capital and where can you scale quickly? And then after that, then think global. If you're a Danish company, we're so small, you know, we're a city in most of your countries. So you're born global when you start a company anyway.
There you go. Let's talk a little bit more about competitiveness at the company level, because of course, you're absolutely right. You said it before, Lars, that we've been looking at this at the national level, but underpinning all of that are organizations, are businesses, and ultimately people. So let's start with the organizations. As leaders of enterprises, the 2 of you lead enterprises that are a century old. Fred is investing in the ones that are looking to disrupt you. How are you thinking about the competitiveness of your organizations? Fred, how do you think about what business competitiveness looks like in this context where competition is clearly intensifying? Maybe we'll start with you, Fred. What are your thoughts about business competitiveness? And then I invite the rest of the panel to share their perspectives.
Right, David. So business competitiveness obviously is, you know, a multi-varied function, right? Depending on many things. But I would highlight the 3. Number 1, talent. You know, to succeed, to win, you know, competitive game, you need to have the best-in-class talent. So the best practice, you know, attract them, train them, retain them, empower them, right? So that's really the second. Second is culture. You know, need to have the culture of excellence, performance, strong performance. And, then the third is, I think, is really innovation. So, whatever business we invest in, always make sure the company is very much innovation centric. Okay, so they're willing to commit capital, to develop next gen products, services, or technology. They don't stand still. So they embrace changes, uncertainties, and constantly challenging themselves. Big, better and faster. So like everything's, again, talent, culture, and innovation. That would be the key ingredients of sustainable corporate competitiveness.
I see a lot of nodding, even though your context is so different.
Small or big, I don't think it matters because, so in our case, for us, it starts with, so let me maybe introduce OCP. Morocco is endowed, thank God, by 70% of the world's phosphate. And OCP started as an extractor of raw material. And the vision of our chairman was right from the start. I'd like to create a backward integrated company that is able to move from mining. We were very good at mining, and honestly, we still are super good at mining. We could have been a miner for all our lives and made money out of it. But he had that vision, so I agree with Fred, the clarity of your vision to transform all the way to fertilizer solutions and nutrient-based company from a product to a solution. So having a clear vision made us actually more cost effective because we did the entire backward integration, made us more actually resilient to supply shocks. And the second one I think Fred mentioned is innovation. So next, integration was good for cost and supply without innovation research. So we invest deliberately in R&D, and we have a research arm called UM6P that help us in research, science, application of AI on the soil. I think these two are quite common. And the third one for us is extremely important, without which we cannot exist, is ecosystem. Because agriculture, you only are part of a value chain, and therefore ecosystem is important. And fourthly is the culture you create and the talent you foster for that vision to be executable. Because many companies, I think you said it, you run the risk of becoming complacent, you run the risk of a decision by compromise. So the importance of having a big vision that creates sometimes conflict and challenge, and that you can execute with rigor is a good one.
I would like to add one aspect, because in our company, we have three things. We've got people, we've got data, and we've got a balance sheet. So all intangible. So that's why you need the purpose. And it all starts with the purpose, in particular when you talk to younger people who don't know our industry. And we've got a tendency to make our industry, to explain it so complicated, in a complicated way. Maybe it is because we don't want anybody else to come into our industry. So we make it very complicated so nobody understands it. This is a problem. Break it down to the purpose. Our purpose is to make the world more resilient. That's what we do. It's simple. It resonates. And then you can link it to your personal contribution. Every employee needs it. And we've got a very diverse interdisciplinary workforce. You need to understand what your contribution towards that is and what the company's contribution then is. We don't have a problem to attract talent. We just need to make that very clear, the value proposition. Then the talents will come automatically, because suddenly they unpack what actually an abstract product like reinsurance, even B2B, very far away, but also insurance and exposure risk, what that actually means. So I learned three things when I went into an interview in Swiss TV, EcoTalk. First of all, Reto Lipp, he said, no acronyms. It's tough in our industry. No data. We have a video with all the data that you don't talk data or numbers. And then talk to a 5-year-old. It was quite tough. I don't know how I did, but I made an effort. And since then, I try to articulate things much differently. Simpler, but simple is not easy. Yeah. So work on it continuously. Yeah. So purpose.
Fantastic. So you can get the talent deployed in the most effective way and everybody recognize their contributions. Lars, do you think a lot about how to strengthen the competitiveness of the individual enterprises that comprise Danish industry and they work globally? What are the challenges? How are you approaching this?
Well, the challenge is to separate noise from really important stuff. And if you have that filter, and you cannot create that filter alone, you need to create that filter with people, your board, your team. But if you have that filter, you understand what you really need to watch out for and be aware of. And if you're good at that, the challenges we talk about here, and that's really fair in a way. It's challenges for all nations and all companies. So the challenges I don't like is when we create challenges for ourselves in our country. And we're sometimes pretty good at that. But these things we all face, right? And I don't need to mention all of them. We're all aware what it is. So the winners will be the ones who are able to deal with these challenges in the best way possible. So how do you do that? Well, you create strategies in order to deal with that in your environment, with your team. Create a direction, create a vision. And by doing so, you are able to understand when and how fast you need to change your plan. Not your vision, not your mission. The
vision is clear.
But your strategy, and you educate other people in this, right? So this is a speed thing. I've been around for some time running larger companies, and before you could kind of change over time, you cannot do that anymore. You need to change so fast to all sorts of things, just tariffs across the Atlantic, just as mentioned one, Rose Garden. That's kind of changing stuff. So if you're able to quickly see what importantly has changed, and the most difficult thing, accepting it. Humans have a hard time accepting real change. But if you're good at accepting change, circumstances have changed, what do we do? How do we fix it? And doing this not in one global setup that we have been used to, but doing this maybe in 4 or 5 different regions in the world at the same time, where you need that change here and this change here. If you're good at that, we try to be good at that, then you have a chance of competing. Which means, for instance, also talking China, before we were all in China and working with the Chinese in many good ways because it was such a big market. You cannot be a global company without being in China. Today, that's not the only reason. You cannot not be in China for 2 reasons. 1, because of the size. 2, because of technology change, competition. If you can move with the technology change in China and with the competition in China, you can probably compete all over the world. If you can't, you have a problem.
The way I've been thinking about China increasingly is it's the world's gym. It's the fitness center. That's where we got to go and get fit.
Nice one.
We talked about collaboration, and I want to end on that and then have one additional question right afterwards. So throughout the morning, we've had folks express wishes of governments. We want more interconnection of grids. We want faster permitting of bioscience, you said. We want reforms to be stable and not to go back and forth. What is it that each of you can do as a business leader to partner with government in your home market and elsewhere to accelerate the changes that we need to see? What can you do? What are you willing to do? What are you doing? What do you want to do?
I see the time is running out. I mean, we feel that we have a great obligation and responsibility towards the European Commission in our region and our government to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Not to just point of where all the problems are. That's very easy. We want to come with solutions at the same time. And by doing so, if we say there's too much bureaucracy, let's also take on the challenge, what bureaucracy? What can we do about it? How can it be changed? How can we faster get approvals for energy setup, energy structures, bioscience, etc.? So we try to work as a partner in finding solutions. We have also gathered with the European Roundtable and Business Europe and other parties to gather companies in Europe that say, are we willing to invest in Europe? Yes. What would it take? It would take X, Y, Z. A lot of it being actually pointed to by Draghi and Letta. So just go and implement Draghi and Letta report and we'll be another place. Investments are ready. Companies are ready to invest in Europe much more than they're doing today in Europe and outside Europe if we get that right. So we help pointing to the most important problems and to the solutions.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think clearly the plenty of room for business to really have impact, make a difference, right? So a lot of things we talk about, AI revolution, energy transition, all ultimately, depends on how enterprises on the ground, right, we're doing. So, we should be the agent of change. We should actually cognizant of the fact that government, even though have the brilliant vision, they are more constrained, right, because of the political environment. Whereas businesses, we also have constraints in terms of shareholder value, shareholder expectation, customers and all that. But we have actually more room, a degree of freedom, if so well. So I think it's really incumbent for companies not only just obviously create shareholder value, which is obviously important, but also to be a change agent, to be a force for good, particularly for energy transition, for AI revolution, AI for good, and also to foster connectivity, a more interconnected, peaceful world.
Great. Gotta lead by example, Andreas.
We are in World Cup days.
Yes.
So let's take a step back. The problems that we want to solve are too big for one party to solve it. But every party needs to know what their role is. So don't always try to play another player's role, like in the World Cup. So if you want to do tiki-taka, you need to do tiki-taka and understand and trust your core player, because otherwise you're not scoring. And we do this in our management team, by the way, as well. So understand really who plays what role. So government needs to know what their role is. The industry needs to know what their role is. And we've got very good examples, but to come together quickly to find solutions is so difficult. The Insurance Development Forum, for instance, brings a lot of solutions to the table. But to bring it together and design a deal to protect people, Marrakesh is a good example where we had a solution, parametric solution to pay out after the earthquake. But when governments are involved, it takes sometimes 7 years or more to come to an agreement. This is impossible today. A good example is Jamaica with Melissa. Everybody knows this hurricane. That destroyed basically a lot of homes. There was a solution with a direct payout without proving that there's a claim, etc. The Jamaican Republic renewed the program and topped it up, actually, because they saw the benefits. And that went very quickly. So unfortunately, we need to have disasters to happen. And then governments being ready, because after each election, if there's an election, your file ends up again on the bottom. So acceleration.
Fantastic.
Open invitation to come to Marrakesh. And you asked us what we commit ourselves as a business when the reforms are there, when the ease of business is there, and when seat on the table, as we said, is there. We commit ourselves to stay the course. Because when we stay the course, we also produce a spillover. Our industry has created livelihood, has impacted communities. And the second thing I think we commit ourselves to, and it's been actually sparked in this conversation, it's so easy to take an easy decision. And so we commit ourselves to take the difficult right. So the difficult decisions that are difficult but are righteous are those that this world needs more and more.
Fantastic. We've discussed innovation. We've discussed transformation. Of course, people and talent are at the heart of that. At IMD, that's what we tried to do. We develop leaders who can transform organizations. So I'm going to conclude by asking you each, in a very, very selfish way, to give us at IMD one piece of advice. How can we do that better to contribute to the challenges, to contribute to addressing the challenges that we've been talking about this morning?
Be curious.
Okay.
And by the way, I really like your introduction of saying competition is also competing against yourself. And I really like that. That resonated really well. Because at the end of the day, you can only try to get better yourself all the time.
Good.
Be global.
Very good.
Engage. Come into our business.
Fantastic.
More Africa countries outside the 70.
Fantastic. Please join me in thanking a fantastic panel that concluded our morning. Thank you so much. And you've been incredibly patient. We're a little bit behind, but there is lunch, and we're going to take advantage of it now. Lunch is outside. We continue at 2:45. Delia, you're going to give people additional directions?
Yes, but also we wanted to announce next year's date because
We are
he
announcing.
has been a partner for us, and we have the 15th of June. Now I'm this. Next year coming back, so save the date. Was amazing conversation. I think this panel really closed it off nicely on that. We are slightly delayed too, but we also want to thank everyone that joined us online because that concludes, because the afternoon is IMD style on the tables where we co-create the conversation on that. As we said in the beginning, the program was built in to challenge, to shape together on this. We look forward to seeing you on there. I also have here, also for our colleagues online, join our summit newsletter to stay up to not only on next year, we have more conversations to come, follow us. And then for those colleagues who stay here on that, we have the deep dive sessions. We still continue at 2:45, lunch is served outside. We have 3 interesting sessions. You find your session here, balance, resilience, and power. We reconvene. We had a lot of food for thoughts. Now it's